Good evening, guys, and welcome to another installment of this Saturday evening live stream. Good to see you guys. We have a lot of people that come in earlier. Let's see. That is a lot of people, my friends. Oh my, that was a lot of people. First, McBean Scottish Fitness, Daisy Edulan, Mommy Nelda and Melanie's vlog. Mommy, Daisy Aldrin, and again, Beth Flores, Judalyn Mix Blog, Acqui08 Vlog, Bilentot Vlogger, Coco Mix Vlog, Olivieros Vlog TV Mix, Kambadak Flower Artist, welcome my friend. You're all welcome. Shinaina Tunai, welcome. Liesel Willy Vlog, Philip Channel, Tata Lapis Channel, Ado Bularon TV, Rosanasi Brioso, Everything Anything Vlog, Mike Tagumpai Vlog, Philip XNC, Arvin Network, Enda Chato, Honey Ever Vlog, Angelica Diaz, Linsky TV Vlog, Pippin Channel, Arvin Network, Bay in Canada, Adu Bularon TV, Mr. JX, Jillian Mix TV Vlog, Melvi Vlogs, EPT TV, Charlotte Vlog, Joy Laxi TV, Josella in Hong Kong, Deidre Baker, welcome my friend, good to see you, you are all welcome. Let's see how many comes in later, as soon as we get into this. Hey Bob, good to see you brother. And for your knowledge, the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat, so if you are up for it, feel free to click that link and join me up here. Hey PV, good to see you brother. I see you shorten your name. How are you guys doing? I hope you had a great week. My week has been great. Quite busy, but great. So I can't complain about that. And feel free, guys, to join me up here. Good to hear. What will you have for lunch, Bob, or dinner, or breakfast? I'm always confused when it comes to the time zones. Let's see here. How are you doing, PV? I hope everything is okay with you too. I agree with you, PV. I agree. It's easier. Most people call you PV anyway, so But I know you are always will be preparedness veteran. Well, my time here is 8:05 p.m. in the evening. So what's your time, Deidre? You are probably ahead of me or behind me. 1:05 p.m. Texas. Okay. In the afternoon. Good time. Anyway, anyone who wants to join me up here, it makes everything a little bit easier, I guess. Okay, Bob. Bread only. Bread and water, I guess. Well, she needs to give you better breakfast. Okay, Bob, no problem. Phoebe, I guess you want to join me up here. Thank you, Phoebe. Well, coffee, but bread only. Yeah, well, coffee works. That will definitely keep you awake. But anyway, we have a wonderful topic for today's stream. So, the danger with AI. Hey, PV.
Hey, Shadow. Sound check. You okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good, good, good. How you doing? All right.
I'm doing pretty good, actually, so I can't complain.
Yeah, good. So we're slowly entering autumn.
Yeah,
Slowly but
exactly.
surely, the days are getting slightly cooler. The evenings are getting cooler. The leaves are
Hey,
starting to
Bob.
drop off the trees already. Bob's here. He's here with his coffee and is that a donut?
She's starving me, man. That's all I got is bread. That's it.
Bread and
Hey,
water.
Tinkerbell.
Damn.
Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Bread and coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And a damn fly wants to raid my food. You little communist. Oh, man.
Sure, it could be an AI drone.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Michiko
Well,
Marco,
he'd get
welcome, my
pretty
friend.
bored if
Good to see you.
he, he'd get pretty bored if it's an AI drone around here. It's kind of like, oh, it's some old retired guy. Go.
Yeah. Yeah, all these people worried about getting spied on. You come and spy on me, you won't be very impressed for a day.
That's the way I look at it. Yeah, go ahead and dox me. Go ahead and do this and that.
You know where I live anyway. It's on my driving license.
Okay. They do. Yeah. Mecco Marco.
Mexico.
What the heck,
Mexico
Shadow?
Marco.
You got another
Filipino.
Mecco Marco. What's
Macheco.
okay.
Macheco.
How come you get on? What's with the Swedish guy, man? He gets all these gorgeous women joining his chat all the time. What the heck?
I have no idea.
I don't get it.
I was just, I literally was just watching, just seeing one of your videos, Shadow, about one of your things that torches arriving from China. Is it?
No, I don't know. Not from China. I don't know what they are made, but I ordered them from something called Temu.
Right. And did you get full tracking and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I have tracking on them.
As well, the tracking is actually quite good because these days you can track it all the way from the source and that sort of stuff. I ordered talking about small things. I ordered a Morse key about a week and a half ago. It was I didn't want a big one anyway. I just wanted a small Morse key, nice and convenient, 2 or 3 inches long and that sort of stuff. And it was labelled as a micro Morse key. And we tracked it over the period of a week, and it left the port of origin and Shenzhen or wherever, Guangdong in China, and it arrived at the port of destination, and it was in transit and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, when it arrived, I thought that's a small package. I was expecting a 2 or 3 inch Morse key. When it arrived, it wasn't lying when it said micro. It's about 1 inch long. It's like something made for like an action man or something. They're usable, but
the last update I got on my package, it will probably arrive at Tuesday, so I'm happy with that.
Right. Yeah, it's fairly accurate, and it's good that you can trace these things all across.
Yeah.
And half the time it gets let down at the last person because the delivery man normally tosses it over the hedge or something, and it bounces across the concrete. The trouble with these things from China, or these long, faraway destinations, it's all very well and convenient buying all this stuff, and it's quite cheap, but try sending it back if it's faulty. It's an absolute nightmare. It costs, half the time, it costs you twice as much as the product did to send it back.
Yeah. Well, it was actually Guardian Prepping who suggested this topic, and I think it's a good topic.
Mm-hmm.
And I did some research. I needed some relatively good information about artificial intelligence and the danger of it. Actually, I got into a website where there are a lot of articles, and I found that decent, good information. But I'm not considering myself as an artificial intelligence expert, because I'm not. But I have some knowledge about AI. But I'm not an expert on the field. There are other people who are, not me.
Yeah, not many experts at all out there on this sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find a. There you have it.
It's one of those subjects which is so, at the moment, speculative that we can only guess what's going to happen and surmise as to the benefits and the dangers of it. And there is a thing called the artificial intelligence event horizon. I don't know if that's the correct terminology, in which we don't know it's going to actually arrive until it's there, and by then it's too late to do anything about it because everyone's been caught out half asleep.
Yeah, I find this website, and this article is written by Bernard Marr and Company, Future Business and Success. It's some company in the States, I believe. Is artificial intelligence dangerous? 6 artificial intelligence risks everyone should know about. Should we be scared of artificial intelligence? Some notable individuals, such as legendary physicist Stephen Hawking and Tesla and SpaceX leader and innovator Elon Musk, suggest artificial intelligence could potentially be very dangerous. Musk at one point was comparing artificial intelligence to the dangers of the dictator of North Korea. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates also believes there's a reason to be cautious, but that the good can outweigh the bad if managed properly. Since recent developments have made super intelligent machines possible much sooner than initially thought, the time is now to determine what dangers artificial intelligence poses. It is a lot of information in these articles. I have put this the link to this website in the description box, so you can check it out a little bit more if you want to. This is the question. How can artificial intelligence be dangerous? While we haven't achieved super intelligent machines yet, the legal, political, societal, financial, and regulatory issues are so complex and wide-reaching that it's necessary to take a look at them now so we are prepared to safely operate among them when the time comes. Outside of preparing for a future with super intelligent machines now, artificial intelligence can already pose dangers in its current form. Let's take a look at some key artificial related risks. This one, autonomous weapons. Artificial intelligence programmed to do something dangerous, as is the case with autonomous weapons programmed to kill, is one way artificial can pose risks. It might even be plausible to expect that the nuclear arms race will be replaced with a global autonomous weapons race. Russia's president, Captain Trip, or Putin, said artificial intelligence is the future not only for Russia but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world. Aside from being concerned that autonomous weapons might gain a mind of their own, a more imminent concern is the dangers autonomous weapons might have with an individual or government that doesn't value human life. Once deployed, they will likely be difficult to dismantle or combat. So we begin with that, guys.
Yeah, so I think we're almost at that point now. I mean, there's plenty of autonomous weapons out there. We've had autonomous weapons for years and years, 30 years plus. One I can think of is something called HARM, High Altitude Anti-Radiation Missile, for instance, which is a missile they fire off in the vicinity of a target, and this thing just takes itself up to 40, 50,000 feet and just does a massive circle on its own. That's it. It's fire and forget. When it picks up a radar emission, it locks onto it, just goes in, takes it out. So that's autonomous straight away. The thing is, you're talking about, and it's like the terminology in this sort of thing is probably key to understand. It's a bit beyond my comprehension, some of it. I think the key thing to understand is autonomous weapons that think, and the levels of thinking delve into machine learning, where you're talking about a brain type structure that can make decisions for itself based on different variables. That's the danger with I think what this is talking about, the autonomy side of it. Autonomous weapons.
Well, self-learning neuroprocessor.
Yeah.
But we are not there with self-learning neuroprocessors yet.
I mean, all these levels of AI we're probably not privy to what is actually there now. It wouldn't surprise me if there is an AI thing out there already, but it's just, it's still in the testing phase and all that sort of stuff, and being kept under wraps as a secret weapon, so to speak.
That wouldn't surprise me either. It's already, well, I mean, when I was in the Air Force back in the 80s, the fighter planes that I worked on were already so smart beyond the public's knowledge. How much has technology changed since 1988? Just think of it.
A lot.
Thing that scares me about things that scares me about AI is the propaganda. You can project a president that poops his pants, and he's not actually there, but it sounds like him, it looks like him.
Yeah,
you understand?
So
you understand what I mean?
Deep fake type stuff.
Yeah, because that's what they need for propaganda, to make it look like and sound like your glorious leader is doing this, trying to brainwash the public into getting on board with some nefarious activities.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when autonomous type of systems, you leave one of these things and let it loose, and you're just everyone's just automatically thinking, what's it going to do? Am I going to be the next target, and so on, and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like well, it's hard to comprehend because we imagine them not to be judgmental, but if they are an intelligence, then they will be judgmental. At what point do they decide or judge that who they're going to take out, or what the target is for an autonomous weapon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe at the moment, AI as we know it isn't AI, true AI. It doesn't think, it calculates. I think that's where we are at the moment from what we've seen.
But one thing with the AI that exists now is that you can take a 3-4 second clip from a video with a person's voice, and the AI replicated to a fake person, so that person sounds like your kids, and they call you up and they ask for money. They are in trouble, and they sound like a relative to you.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you see. Well, going back to the basics, the base question: will AI ever be achieved? For a start, can a machine or program ever be a thinking, sentient being like people are? I mean, the thing you just spoke about there is almost a cut and copy paste of a profile of a voice, which it's not a thought process left alone to do its own thing. The danger, I think, the biggest danger in the early stages would be people's manipulation of an AI super weapon, if you can call it that. Because if you're, you've got the Ark of the Covenant sort of thing in your hands, what are people going to do with that?
It's scary to think.
Yeah, it is.
And something like that is so expensive that only a government could afford to own it and control it.
Yeah.
And we all know how government people are. Most of them are sociopaths who have no empathy, no sympathy, no remorse. So that's what scares me.
Well, what's even more sinister than that is I probably would even doubt that a government would be able to do it because of the wastage and the processes, the way governments do things. it'll probably be more like someone like Google,
True.
or Microsoft.
Yeah.
And therein ties the next question of government, getting the government's fingers into those pies, letting a civilian company have such power. So I've just done a quick search there, and Google. This is an article from 2nd of July this year, and the headline is this is Daily Telegraph. Supercomputer makes calculations in the blink of an eye that takes rivals 47 years. That's unbelievable. Google claims to have proved its supremacy over conventional machines with a new quantum computer. So that's just still a calculating thing. That's still not a sentient AI, so to speak. So these keep an eye out for Google, Yandex, Bing, and all the other bloody big search engine, or the people behind the search engines in all these countries. And you'll soon closely see that the people wanting to pull the strings will be the governments and the defense areas from those countries.
Yeah. Then we have the next point. Social manipulation. Social media, through its autonomous powered algorithm, is very effective at target marketing. They know who we are, what we like, and are incredibly good at surmising what we think. Investigations are still underway to determine the fault of Cambridge Analytica and others associated with the firm who used the data from 50 million Facebook users to try to sway the outcome of the 2016 US presidential election and the UK's Brexit referendum. But if the accusations are correct, it illustrates artificial intelligence power for social manipulation by spreading propaganda to individuals identified through algorithms and personal data. AI can target them and spread whatever information they like in whatever format they will find most convincing for fact or fiction.
Do you remember watching The Running Man? Arnold Schwarzenegger. And in one of the last, the piece I'm on about, in one of the last sort of gladiators he was against, they tried to make it look as if they died, and they AI'd a new face and body onto him.
Good to see you, brother.
Made out he was killed. Yeah, social manipulation. That's that's delving into sort of propaganda and the grey zone, which is literally the level below.
That could really set you up.
Yeah. The grey zone warfare, which is happening now, is one level below physical conflict, basically manipulating people's thoughts and steering them towards social engineering. And there's programs out there now. I've had one, and I've tried one out. I posted it on my community tab. I've deleted it now, and you can basically type in a quick sentence, and the quote unquote artificial intelligence program will make a small, short 1 or 2 minute video based on what you've typed in, and people are doing that already. I mean, there's social media. There was one article this week, Daily Star, the top paper.
Yeah.
It had an article in there about a girl who wasn't real, and it was an artificially intelligence derived Instagram account, and this account had hundreds of thousands of viewers because the AI program was depicting the perfect looking girl in the perfect locations and all this sort of stuff, and people were falling for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, like Bob said there, the deep faking people, and I bet you we see a lot more of this sort of thing starting to creep in the next big elections coming up.
Yeah, that is what I think too.
Oh, you can count on it. Mm-hmm. You can count on it. Yeah.
Playing all the dirty games
And the
dirty tricks coming out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think we
yeah,
will.
you can count. You can count on it. You know.
Yeah, I think we will be affected by that when we have our next election as well. So.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's true AI. That's using technology to someone's advantage. If they were to release an AI program, if you like, that was against one party or the other, then I'm sure it could wreak havoc and delve its paws into the tiniest depths of the person in the corner. You know. Yeah, Hendo, Daily Star News Rag, really scratching the bottom of the news barrel. It's quite a funny read.
Yeah.
But mind you, I mean, look at news articles today. The sources of all newspapers, they come from about 3 or 4 agencies, Reuters, Associated Press, and the likes, and they'll just grab these stories from these news agencies and just put their own spin on it, get the same photographs, and you just flick through literally 3 or 4 different newspapers and see the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, just scroll back up there a sec, Shadow. Just where you were just now. Now then, social manipulation, artificially intelligenced, manipulated social manipulation. Yeah, like it says there, data from accounts. I mean, we've all seen and heard now. I mean, data's big business. The way they can harvest things and not only harvest things but analyze things as well. I mean, when we're talking about a true artificial intelligence, sentient being coming online, we're talking about something which has got the whole of everything that's ever been put online. They already know it all. So, how do you defend against that? It's impossible. The only thing to do is air gap all your information now.
Yeah.
And look to the future. What do you want to hide from the future now, sort of thing? Because it will literally be like the all-seeing eye. Yeah.
Yeah, that's frightening, isn't it? It's frightening.
Yeah, it is.
If social manipulation is very, very scary, and if it goes into such as engineering that into ground forces and autonomous drones to take out the people that you label as the others, the ones that you want to do away with, that's even more frightening. I hope it doesn't come to something like that, because they could say, okay, everyone in Washington State is now an enemy of the state, and we have to go and neutralize them, and then send out machines to take out anyone and everyone without guilt or remorse. You know what I'm saying? Social engineering would be the beginning of it.
We've already
move into something more nefarious.
Who would have thought 30 years ago that we would have created a type of alternate dimension? And we're talking a bit geeky now, but the internet is almost like an alternate dimension that we've created. It's there now.
Yeah.
You start introducing, when some sort of sentient artificial intelligence arrives, you're talking godlike thing. It's absolutely mind blowing what the capability of the thing is. But who's to say it's it won't be just online?
Hey, Sandra Robinson, good to see you.
In an internet form as we know it.
Rita's Roost, good to see you.
I can imagine it being in other things as well. Every electronic device, it will have the capability to get into or manipulate in some way, shape, or form.
Yes, I will, Sandy.
Now, it could also be a great benefit to society or the world if it's used properly.
Yeah, properly.
Example is just.
Yeah, it needs to be used properly and in a proper way.
Well, this is the thing. The key word there is used. If something is then self-sustaining, self-aware, self-identifying, will it be? Will the thing be able to be used by someone or a nation or whatever? It might not want to be used,
Or will it use us?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So then you've created.
Will it use us?
Yep. You've created then a new super state, if you like, where the Cold War isn't just against us, Russia, China, for instance. It's us, Russia, China, and it. So you got to be very careful of what you're going to say to it or around it. There'll be underhand dealings going on to try and make a kill switch, if you like, and all this sort of thing. Because if this thing emerges all of a sudden,
yeah,
and then you think yourself, right, we don't like this. How do we turn it off? Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope they do put a kill switch in it.
Yeah, I hope so too. The next point is invasion of privacy and social grading. It is now possible to track and analyze an individual's every move online as well as when they are going about their daily business. Cameras are nearly everywhere, and facial recognition algorithms know who you are. In fact, this is the type of information that is going to power China's social credit system that is expected to give every one of its 1.4 billion citizens a personal score based on how they behave. Things such as do they jaywalk, do they smoke in non-smoking areas, and how much time they spend playing video games when Big Brother is watching you, and then making decisions based on that intel. It's not only an invasion of privacy, it can quickly turn to social oppression. And that is exactly what China are facing, at least for their people.
I was just looking at Hendo's comment there. China's social AI is actually called Skynet.
That one was good.
Round the table, brainstorming session.
Nice.
What should we call our new system? Let's call it Skynet.
Both so good to see you. That one was really good. That was the best I heard today.
I think, I think the key thing to think about when you're talking about AI is not how do we use it, is how do we fit in with its ambitions? Because like I say, I don't think it may want to be used. Invasion of privacy and social grading.
Let's go on the other end of the scale. If it could be used properly to have machines used for disaster relief, say if there's a typhoon, and they could send in man-like machines that can learn and communicate on an instant, how to sort injured people out from the rubble and get them out quickly, and provide
Especially if you
medical
have
care and
a
transportation.
leak on a nuclear plant or something.
Yeah, yeah, mm-hmm.
Yeah. The benefits are
something
absolutely
good like that.
Yeah. The benefits are absolutely potentially unbelievable. It's going to be immense.
Mm-hmm. Because you could have a workforce of machines that could dig people out of the rubble, lift a heavier weight than a man, communicate with each other instantly, and say, example is, they find a wounded person after a typhoon, they could lift them out of the rubble and walk them for a great distance to bring them to medical attention, and then go right back to work without ever having to have a drink of water or any food or sit down and take a rest. That would be fantastic if they could use it properly to save lives,
that
not
is
to
a
end
proper.
lives.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
Mhm.
And then we start getting into the realms of
But
what's that film, pre-crime. Well, they start calculating. Well, they start determining Minority Report. They start determining if you are going to commit a crime in the future. How long that future is going to be, in the next 2 minutes, 3 years, or whatever, I don't know. But and then they come and get you and lock you away or other things, But yeah, I agree. Yeah, the benefits are absolutely immense. So Hendo says, got a fellow SAFA teacher moved to China 2 weeks ago. Everything is digital. WeChat payment system, even to open doors, is digital. Can't survive in China society without your phone. Yeah.
Everything is controlled by your phone in China, basically.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's just an extra level of digitization, isn't it? We're talking the next level beyond that with an artificial intelligence thing.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, YouTube. How many people complain on YouTube and their YouTube channels that their videos have been taken down, or they've had a strike and all this sort of stuff? That is a calculating bot that has determined or picked up keywords, key phrases, key SEO factors in your videos or channel that you're violating its guidelines, and then it gives you a strike. So, yeah, like it says there, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, it is. The next point is misalignment between our goals and the machines. Part of what humans value in artificial intelligence powered machines is their efficiency and effectiveness. But if we aren't clear with the goals we set for the artificial intelligence machines, it could be dangerous if a machine isn't armed with the same goals we have. For example, a command to get me to the airport as quickly as possible might have dire consequences, without specifying that the rules of the road must be respected because we value human life. A machine could quite effectively accomplish its goal of getting you to the airport as quickly as possible and do literally what you asked, but leave behind a trail of accidents.
I think most of these points. Yeah, go on, Bob.
I was just going to say an example of what was brought up a moment ago with the communist government, how you must have your phone to operate anything. Well, that's a method of control over the population. They know exactly where you are, exactly what you're doing at all the time. So it's already taking a direction that we don't want.
Yeah. And you put a foot wrong, and they'll just come down on you because the rules are the rules.
Mm-hmm.
I think all these points that in this article, they're fairly the early stages. I think where this doesn't address the bigger AI issues, in which it's a self-aligned thing, almost, if we can call it a being, an electronic being. I think these points here, manipulation of this, manipulation of that, discrimination, etc., they're more like a high level programs which we can use for our own benefit at the moment, in terms of control of population or controlling policies and rules and regulations. A true artificial intelligence thing, being, or whatever, is going to be something which maybe will only be able to be controlled if it likes you, or if it's got allegiance to your country or ethos or how do you call it, your values and standards. Then the threat will be against you if you're not willing to toe the line with its values and standards and so on.
Yeah.
It depends how it develops, I suppose, and how it learns. And how it learns will be a key factor. It's like a child. If you you know, how you nurture that child and give it values and standards, because as soon as it becomes sentient, then it will be the most intelligent thing ever known, because it'll have access to all this information. So,
hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Guardian, how you doing?
God help you if you're one of the people who have been othered by its social engineering. If you and your family have been othered and you're not deemed necessary, and you've got phones and whatever surveillance equipment that can tell exactly where you are 24 hours a day, and shut your income off and begin to starve you out. Anyone who helps you is being monitored.
Well, yeah, because
I hope it goes the other direction to where we can use it for something good. You know?
Like you say, if you're against it and it deems you a person of crime or a threat or whatever, and we're in the era of full digitized technology, currency, and all this sort of stuff, you can quite easily be cut out of the system and
welcome out again,
bottom of the food chain.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, good evening, gents. How you doing? Are you all right?
Hey,
Guardian, yeah, good to see you.
Hey,
thanks,
Guardian.
man. Yeah, I've actually got a little bit of people around here that are willing to also chat with us, so it's always a good thing. How's your guys' week been? Good?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Very productive, and a couple of new things for me.
Lovely. I also just want to say that I really appreciate you hosting a chat about this topic, Shadow, because it's an extremely interesting topic, one that I think about way too often, and one that I definitely want to get into here in a moment as well and speak a bit more about, because it is one of the most pressing topics at the moment in every single manner and way. I cannot express how important this specific topic is. Out of all of the streams that we've been involved in and had a bit of a conversation and a bit of a tongue wag about, this is definitely one that's extremely important. Abigam is right on the money. Please read that out, Shadow.
Yeah. Otagam says there were a lot of talks during Black Hat and DEF CON around exploiting artificial intelligence for malicious intent and such. Those talks were also very packed and hard to get into. Yeah, I bet they are. And besides, speaking of malicious intent to use artificial intelligence, we can take terrorists. If they use create bombs with artificial intelligence, they can create a lot of damage. So
that's a fact.
That would be a disaster if they get hands on that technology, because they will.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier. I mean, we've got to differentiate calculating machine or program and the true sentience, which the levels beyond each other, I think. I mean, you can quite easily make a virus, for instance, was almost a low-level artificial intelligence thing where it's self-replicated and infected various things. But when we're talking machine learning and sentience, we're creating a new state, almost similar to Russia, China, where a new Cold War will be bred. It's not just us against Russia, China. It'll be us against Russia, China, and this sentience, of which has access to every piece of information ever discovered, can calculate far beyond anyone ever, and is capable of inventing and making new things at such a speed that its development could potentially be, far faster than our creativity.
I did see a video on YouTube how they took several fighter pilots, U.S. fighter pilots with 20 years of experience of dogfighting, and they put it against an AI. The AI won every time.
Every time. Yeah, because the AI calculates their moves, what they are planning to do. So.
Correct.
Have you heard?
And it never forgets. It never forgets.
At the point that I see this as like a tree, and at the top of the tree you've got this all-seeing, godlike sentience that can think for itself, calculate, do everything like a human mind could do, but multiple times better.
So yes, preparedness veteran, I just want to say that specifically to that point, we actually have obviously AR and then artificial general intelligence, AGR, which is the more pressing thing that's coming up at the moment. And then ASR, artificial super intelligence, that's where it completely takes over from where we're at the moment. And it just basically gives us everything that we know about the way that we do things in a sort of day-to-day schedule when it comes to our health facilities, when it comes to pretty good evening, by the way, Hendo, always lovely to see you. I just want to say, so when it comes to the way that we manage health at the moment, the way that we manage our financial situations, the way that we manage pretty much everything, our day-to-day jobs, all that we know right now is legitimately about to change, and people don't see it. And it's unfortunate that a lot of the time people don't see through the veil of the day-to-day mundane, drumming. But legitimately, artificial general intelligence is not even if we get there, because I know that that's a little bit away, but even with the machine learning that we currently have, because it's not true AI is very different and distinguishable from machine learning. And we're legitimately about to get to the precipice of something that could change our entire lives in every single way. And I cannot put that like in any more intensified way than I am right now, but I'm just legitimately saying that life is about to get extremely interesting. And you'll see what I'm speaking about In 5 years' time, I guarantee you, in 5 years' time, we'd be like, oh, like that's the maximum of time rate that I put on it. But things are absolutely about to change.
Have you heard of this tree I was talking about? Further down the scale, you heard of something called the quantum apocalypse, in which the development of quantum computers become so advanced that they're able to almost instantly decipher and decrypt any algorithm that's not that, unless it's air gaps from the system, which means it will have access to every piece of classified, encrypted information that's ever been produced.
You do realize that without the capability to understand which is AI and which isn't, that we are definitely heading for trouble if we can't distinguish the differences. And that's where the age of information was in our recent past. Then the age of knowledge which is currently approaching what we're in right now. And then the age of confusion, which is just ahead of us, is where we cannot distinguish the difference between that which is on a line and that which is on, which is so easily editable and be able to, we are essentially going to be able to create so much fake stuff that's out there that it's going to be extremely difficult to distinguish what is real and what is created on different platforms as well. And that's a very pressing matter as of now.
Yeah, because like I said earlier, the potential of some form of no doubt there's researchers working on this now to create some form of sentience, and if that's the case, I should imagine it coming from people like Google, Bing, or another tech company. And if they do create it, then are they willing to let it go into the outside world or keep it back as a secret weapon? Or if it becomes self-aware while hooked up to the internet, for instance, it could lie low waiting for a turning point or a decision point in which to reveal itself, or it may never reveal itself. It might just sit there and slowly manipulate things under the radar.
So let me get to a point real quick as well. I'll raise a matter that I've come across not just once, but on several times. And I'm actually sitting with two people who themselves, they believe, and I'm not going to name who they are or anything like that, so you don't know who they are. But the question that they will raise in situations such as these and in the face of preparedness, correct? What they will say is, what can we do about it? All right. So because obviously the situation is that a lot of people feel almost like, okay, and now what? Great. Okay. So things are going to potentially change. Things could look very different in terms of how life is as we know it, or things could, get very shaky. And of course, you are familiar with the terminology of normalcy bias. But what would you say, preparedness veteran? Because I really always trust your well-informed knowledge on this type of thing. But what would you say to somebody that says, okay, so what are we going to do about it? What can we do in the face of prepping? I have my own obvious answers, but go ahead. The floor is yours, Shadow and preparedness veteran.
I think the key factor is anything you don't want to be exposed or anything you want to be safeguarded. I would suggest you think now in the long term. Let's say project your actions 10 years out. So anything you don't want shared or you think may be a threat in the future, air gap it. Don't put it online. Keep it on a separate drive, for instance. If it's a digital piece of information or picture or photograph or documents, just don't access it or hook it up to any sort of electronic device. And you've got to also think in terms of worst case scenario. And that is, if everything was to go completely under the thumb or into the opposite direction where you got total disruption or the mistrust of society and everything around it, then you've got to build up a contingency where you're prepared to completely live offline, off grid, and isolate yourself away from this thing or this control substance, and just be prepared to almost live a a way of life 30 or 40 years beyond where we are, back where we from where we are now. Aside from that, you know, we're gradually becoming, and we already are, almost completely reliant on every aspect of a digital format. Everything you have to do nowadays is online. Your car insurance, registration, documents. You can't book an appointment these days without getting some sort of text message. All phones are mini computers. Everything, you know, it's just a complete minefield. You know, 30 years ago, or 1993-ish, we created this alternate dimension, which I call the internet. And we're now, that is the fifth dimension. So it's almost unavoidable to have any sort of contact or form with it at all nowadays. So apart from swallowing your national insurance cards, dig a bunker and go and live out into the extreme wilds of Alaska, there's not much you can do. So air gap is your protection.
Yeah. And the last point from this is discrimination. Since machines can collect, track, and analyze so much about you, it's very possible for those machines to use that information against you. It's not hard to imagine an insurance company telling you you're not insurable based on the number of times you were caught on camera talking on your phone. An employer might withhold a job offer based on your social credit score.
I just said at the same time that you did, Shadow. Exactly as you said, social credit score. I said it exactly. Like, that is a huge problem, and it is definitely becoming more generalized across the world. It's becoming more international, where that is something that's socially acceptable, where people understand that that's a kind of an underlying reality for the situation that we're in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Any power technology can be misused. Today, artificial intelligence is used for many good causes, including to help us make better medical diagnoses, find new ways to cure cancer, and make our cars safer. Unfortunately, as our artificial intelligence capabilities expand, we will also see it being used for dangerous or malicious purposes. Since artificial intelligence technology is advancing so rapidly, it is vital for us to start to debate the best ways for artificial intelligence to develop positively while minimizing its destructive potential.
You see, the problem is that when we get to a certain point, there is legitimately nothing that we can do. And when it gets to like self-realization as well, that's where things could definitely turn upside down. And I don't know, it's just, to me, one of the biggest and most concerning things right now is that the general public, and I'm speaking about 90% of people that are out there, could not give a flying FUCA about what's happening right now, or the fact that things could go topsy-turvy. People have become so dependent and reliant on the stability that's around them, because the 90% of people that are out there absolutely require that stability to be there. Because if it is not, then they hate that fear aspect, because the subconscious wants everything to be hunky-dory at all times, because your subconscious mind realizes and works in tandem with your body to understand that any air of distortion that is on the horizon is only imaginatory. And that is the problem that comes up when it comes to speaking to general public about anything regarding emergency preparedness, because people truly believe that they can just, oh, well, it's going to be okay. I'll protect and I'll pretend that all the systems that currently withhold me and keep me safe are going to be there. And that's not the case. That is the most, as soon as people get to that realization where things could go upside down, that's where you have the opportunity to really think pragmatically about the future and how your certain steps right now could absolutely impact the rest of your life, and for not just yourself, but for those people around you.
Another point was look at today's medical systems, and here in UK, with the day in day out, we're hearing new medications coming online, new cures for this, new cures for that, which will be probably that will progress faster and faster the more AI comes and helps us out. But actually trying to get those treatments through, say, national health systems will depend on the budget of that national health system. It could start to elevate into a 2-3 tier society where, for instance, we need some sort of medication to cure a certain type of cancer, for instance, and then the health service won't be able to provide that because it's not within its budget. So,
hey, Diors.
Micro aspects to think of there.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? You good? Look, Preparedness Veteran, I'll get to you here in a moment. Yours, thank you for joining the panel. It's always good to see you, man. I think that where we're heading with that, Preparedness Veteran, I think that we're getting to a point where obviously big... So I just saw it recently, and you can consistently see these memes, right? Where they say that the people that are trying and profiting off you being sick are not trying to heal you. Like, that's such a no-brainer. And the fact that people don't put those two together is just beyond me. But anyway, so yeah, Diorsi, good day to you. And you want to give a bit of introduction and just tell us how you've been and stuff like that. It's lovely that you're here with us, brother.
Yeah, so I got back from my night shift about 5:30 this morning. So like I said, I'm not exactly firing on all cylinders because I'm only operating on maybe about 5 hours of sleep just because I want to make sure I got in here on the stream. But yeah, no, I've always been a little bit nervous with this AI. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm always nervous with some of the technology that we take for granted that gives us the what do you want to call it, convenience, stuff being able to memorize passwords, anymore. We got this facial recognition software, the retina scans and all that. It's starting to become a little bit more commonplace, whereas before it was something that you would see in a Mission Impossible movie back in the 90s and early 2000s. But a lot of it's been made possible through the Chinese Communist Party, and they're trying to implement it basically across the world, trying to tie different things like your social credit score now with basically your entire life, your ability to freely move about and do things. I'm probably not the best person when it comes to talking about this stuff. My uncle really delved deep in this stuff, but I didn't, I delve into more of the practical aspects of preparedness.
Yeah, I think any sort of sentient being will be created offline in some sort of research facility first, and it could well be rolled out as a secret weapon to take countries down, below the radar, socially engineer countries. But if we let it loose, or it becomes loose, or we keep talking about this. When someone creates it, it might even create itself. We don't know. We're in the realms of the unknown here, and that's why I keep referring to it as a detached superpower, because it won't be just it sees this country or that country. It may well see us all as humanity and it, and it could well be a truly godlike force.
So basically, you're talking about it becoming self-aware.
A true sentient super intelligence, yeah, with access to every piece of information that we've ever accumulated and known, both now and in the past. It's
there have been different people over the years that talked about this. Steve Quayle, especially, he really dives deep into this stuff. Steve Quayle, he likes to basically associate AI. He likes to tie that with different passages from the Bible, but he'll associate it with what the heck do they call it? The fallen angels, and the demons. Basically, talking about how demons could possess, or there being passages. Like I said, we're getting way out there when I started talking about this stuff. That's something that Steve Quayle has been talking about for years. He refers to the AI basically is autonomous killing machines, AKMs.
Well, like Sandy Robinson says there, it also might never happen. Will there ever be a truly artificial thinking, self-aware machine, program, or whatever? Or will we get to the place where, as computers become more faster and faster, bigger and bigger, they become more faster in their calculations, and we won't actually achieve true AI. We're just going to achieve super fast calculators, faster and more comprehensive than we've got now. I mean, if you compare 20 years ago compared to now, the effect that speed has had on, and speed and calculations has had on technology.
Yeah. Well, if we go even further back, clear back into the late 1930s, early 1940s, when the first computer was implemented. It was implemented for military use. Could only do basic calculations that a cheap pocket calculator you could pick up at your local dollar store could do. And these things were massive. They took up basically warehouses because it was all vacuum tubes instead of printed microcircuitry. Little microchips and everything like that. And I don't know, just there was a quote. I don't remember what the heck. I don't even remember the quote. There was a quote, but basically it states, computers and technology, it advances so fast, but basically it becomes so obsolete so very quickly. Like, it reaches a point where it becomes so obsolete so very quickly that it's like I said, becomes worthless than old 1980s Detroit metal. When I say Detroit metal, I'm talking about old vehicles from the 80s that were, basically at that point in time for the U.S.
Moore's Law.
It was There's a time when they produced like really, really cheap and poor quality vehicles that rusted out quicker than their predecessors and had more mechanical problems, and were not highly sought after as classics or collectibles like older cars from like the 1960s and 1950s.
Yeah, this is where we need the minds of science fiction writers and so on to help project any sort of defense against this sort of stuff as well. So the next thing, big of course, is going to be how do we defend against this sort of thing, super intelligence, AI.
You really don't. I mean, at that point in time, you really don't, because I think, like I said, I think that this is already in existence right now, because like there have been there had been talked like as far back as like I want to say 2018, 2019 about quantum computing. I'm pretty certain it's already in existence now.
Yeah. Google have already produced a quantum computer which is 64 times. I read it out earlier. I can't remember what it was. It was Google's already come up with one already, a quantum computer.
And like I know there's been like different science fictions talking about, AI becoming self-aware. Like even that bad movie, like that it's a pretty bad movie. A friggin' the Will Smith movie, the iRobot. Another example of AI becoming self-aware, and it's basically like quantum computing. But like people don't understand, like this stuff, if it ever, like I said, goes online and it ever like attaches itself to, I guess, the internet, there are backdoors, there are ways into other computers, and there's no stopping it at that point in time. And it'll basically calculate every last possible move that a human being or mankind as a whole could ever come up with to try to stop it, to try to defeat it. And it can do that basically in a fraction of a second as far as its calculations are concerned.
Yeah. I mean, we're already being drip fed. We always have been drip fed technology.
Yeah.
For instance, like I can remember in the year 2000-ish when this new chip came out, and it was 1.2 gig processor or something, and then at the same time they were showcasing a 5 gig processor. The dates might be wrong, but but you can't just implement something of that speed onto people because they need a slow progression. Companies won't be able to afford to replenish their computer systems in a one go. They have to be drip fed this sort of technology slowly in order to keep the balance and the progression going. Wonder if we're going to be drip fed the progression of AI, because for all we know, it could be there in existence now in some research establishment.
Yeah, I've always been told the general technology, our general knowledge, is the non-privileged class, regular civilians that are not associated with the military or associated with some alphabet agency, or deep, dark secret project. I've always been told, and I've always ran under the basic assumption that we are at least 20 to possibly 30 years or more behind on what is considered to be new technology. It's like, you think about it too, go back to the 1960s, rewind back to the I think it was like mid to late 1960s. That was when the very first internet ever came out. There was an internet before there was an internet. And that was basically an uplink between a bunch of military computers so they could basically communicate with one another remotely from basically one military installation to another military installation, and it was a closed network. Like I said, that's probably the best description for it, but that was the internet prior to the 1990s, which was 30 years later when the first internet was actually available to the civilian market in 1994, at least in the United States. Do I sound like I'm too far up base to any of you guys?
No. Yeah, that's just about right.
Not at all.
So, defense against this sort of stuff is going to be pretty hard unless someone's prepared to detach themselves. It's almost like the Matrix. You can either jack in or jack out of the system, and if you want to be part of it and be all in consumed with the system, then fine. But if not, because of various control measures or self-autonomy, then you're going to have to live a more basic life. Some could argue a happier life, away somewhere fully detached. But it's even now that's becoming harder and harder to do because, for instance, in UK, as an example, you can't just go away and live in the wilds and live off grid. You're hooked in some way, shape, or form, whether that's the land registration in the area you live on, or the vehicle that you have to register in some way, shape, or form. It has to be registered and linked into a digital network. So detachment from this sort of thing is going to be extremely hard. At the end of the day, what the only thing people will have will be their own inner thoughts and their own physical strength, health, and well-being. Because, for example, no matter how rich you are, the richest people, when they'll pay anything, absolutely anything, and give anything to get their health back. So even those aspects may become impossible to detach yourself away from because you're becoming more physically integrated into a digital world. Neuralink, for example, is slowly getting technology in place where they can interface, help people out that have been paralyzed, for instance, and bridge the gap, the neural gap. How far will that progress?
That is basically a bypassing of the damaged nerves.
Yeah, that could progress into the world of Johnny Mnemonic and all this sort of stuff, where you got storage of data and everything in your head.
Good to see you, brother.
So, Outer Gum, how are you doing? I've never seen you before, but welcome aboard.
I don't know if he can hear us or not.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
I can hear him, but I don't know if he can hear us. Not respond.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, Outer Gum, we can't hear you talking. Right, I think he knows, but he's probably working on it. So, a comment there from Sandy Robinson. There are a lot of people living in their vans in the desert to get away from civilization. The way they do it is to live on government lands, and the government get entitled to rain on them. Yeah, the nomadic lifestyle. Yeah, I've heard of that, and there are people there who do this sort of thing, but they always have some sort of link into the system, the digital world, registration and fines or whatever it may be. So, Outer Gum, you with us?
Yep, I'm back now. I got it fixed.
Yeah, I can hear loud and clear.
Roger.
Good to see you.
Thanks. So one thing I wanted to mention, just kind of going backwards a little bit, what Guardian was talking about with the whole what now? And I know you referred more to the sentient side of things, but I think really the answer to the question is, why aren't we asking what now? What now with what is currently out there? And I know there's people that's asking that, but just a quick little story of something that came up this week. So I work in cybersecurity, and I had a case where there was about 4 or 5 different people all sent me a separate email about the same thing, where they were all in this meeting together. And then sometime after the meeting, they all received this suspicious looking email. And this email came from an AI program, but it had the name of one of the people that participated. And that person's like, I didn't send this out. I wasn't trying to invite anybody to this thing it's trying to invite to. And it looks like what happened is this person, not knowing it, had an extension enabled either in their browser or in their email somewhere that had an assistant that was taking notes of the meeting. So with these new AIs out there and these assistant AIs, what's happening is, as we're talking, like if I had an assistant, an AI enabled right now, it would actually be recording our voices, and then it could take notes based off of what we're saying. And it could also record and then bullet point everything for you automatically. And that's what happened, is this person had something enabled that they didn't know they had enabled. and they're claiming I didn't do anything, and I'm like, actually, you did somewhere along the lines, whether you realize it or not. You've enabled this assistant AI program to actually do this.
So yeah, you're almost talking like linkage by association. Sounds familiar, similar to. I mean, we're all getting profiled now. It sounds like the profiling people get with advertising, for instance. I mean, how many times have you people out there spookily been talking about something? I want to buy a new caravan, and so on and so on and so on, and then you go online, and funnily enough, new caravan adverts appear everywhere. And you think, how did that get there? You know, it's
Exactly.
I was gonna say a small side of this too. You ever notice that any of the videos you upload, if it's of any significant length, the AI automatically programs chapters into whatever it is, whatever subject you're talking about, on your videos, put little bookmarks. That's what I've noticed they're starting to do.
I'll tell you something which is curious to me. We all know the YouTube channel Uncle Al, Diabald Frog 79. Yep. Well, he's been doing this for a while now. He holds up cards with his handwriting on of various channels and notes and stuff. The top 10 things to do if X, Y, and Z, or follow these channels, and all handwritten. Now, the reason why I say that is because most it's quite easy. I mean, if you get a new phone nowadays, you can hold it up to a room and it will pick up all the text in a that's exposed in that room. You can even auto translate it no matter what language it's in instantly, which is a really good, useful feature. But I find it interesting that Uncle Al does that, and I'm not sure if he does that as a means to avoid getting tagged or pinged by any sort of bot and getting a strike. But that's quite a clever thing to do. That he's been doing it for quite a while.
Sandy says you can disable the chapters function. And where do you disable the chapters function?
Yeah, when you initially upload a video, you'll have you delve into all the settings for that video, and one of them will be disabled chapters and so on. Another one will be disallow sampling of this video and all this sort of stuff as well. So when people send a link out in the future, it won't give you like a preview view to it, this sort of thing.
Okay.
I'll have to check on my phone because I primarily upload through my phone anyway. I just got a laptop, a few days ago, so I'll have to play around with that on the settings.
Phones are quite a unique thing because when you compare a phone to a computer, the phones get turned over quite a lot. People replace them a lot more frequently than they do their laptops and their main computer systems. And I doubt they delve into the settings and security settings that much. But the interesting thing about what I'm saying here is you'll see more technological developments in a phone than you would a laptop or a desktop, because you replenish it or turn it over a lot quicker. And I noticed this quite recently when I got a new 5G phone, and it had something called Bixby Vision, for instance, and it's embedded into the camera, and anything you take a picture of, you will get the option straight away to do a search for it, compare it to something else, or pick up any text and auto translate it in any language you like instantly. It's an amazing tool enabled by the 5G infrastructure, which is also enabling this sort of thing, because the bandwidth available to 5G and beyond, 6G, 7G, and so on, is going to be a game changer and enhancer to this as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're becoming not only consumer units, but we're becoming standalone IP addresses. Yeah, so in the short term, I suppose, as far as defense goes, you can only really defend your own personal space. So, going back to basics, passwords, make them as robust as possible. Avoid clicking on links, any link. Avoid answering any phone call. These days, for your phone to get hacked or remotely switched on, you don't even need to click on any link or anything like that. All they need to do now is all they need to do is know your phone number, and that's it. Any app you download, that's it. Straight away, you're opening a gateway into someone else's hands. It's just a complete nightmare. And if you take this a step beyond and into an artificial intelligence progressive world, then the next step is all you need to do is hook onto the internet. Yeah. And even that's a bit of a fallacy, because what is the internet? Every phone signal on a cell phone now is the internet, because it logs onto a digital network. So lawnmower man springs to mind.
I don't mean to hijack the subject real quick, but I do have to ask a question. Hey, out of gum, have you ever seen They Live?
Yes, I have.
Because I've been asking this whole time. I'm going to ask you this question: are you just here to chew bubble gum and kick ass?
100%.
You're all out of bubble gum. Sorry,
that's exactly
I could not help myself. That was a great movie.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that was a scarily predictive movie as well.
Yeah.
Now you combine. So now you combine. You combine They Live with Demolition Man with Terminator, and you've got a real scary future.
Yeah, if we're mentioning Terminator, those have a neuroprocessor, self-learning neuroprocessor. So
yeah,
I believe we don't have the technology yet to create that type of processor, but maybe in the future we might have the possibility and the technology to do so. But the question is, when in the future?
Well, and the big thing is, and this is not necessarily a negative towards it, some of this stuff actually does exist when it comes to, so there's this whole big thing called biohacking, right? And it's kind of, along the lines of your cyborgs, people having your more computerized upgrade type parts. And there's some of it out there from a prosthetics perspective. But the one advantage right now is the one thing where we're all government's blocking this and they won't let us do that. At the same time, there's certain things like what you were talking about, with some of these neuroprocessors where some of that's kind of being restricted by law, just like cloning in some areas, or certain types of cloning where it's more or less hey, this is illegal. It doesn't mean people won't do it. But, as long as some of that stuff is kind of kept regulated, it's going to slow that progress down. And, and I agree, it's not, we don't have all the technology to get it to that point yet, but one day it will get to that point. I see that happening.
Yeah, it might not be in our lifetime. It maybe be in our kids' lifetime, maybe.
But I will say I'm all about getting cyber parts. Sign me up. I'll do it. I want a robot.
That's there already, isn't it? You get what?
I want the one where my fingers can split in 4 different ones, so I can type really fast. And I want to type faster just so I can typo more. Not so I can actually get stuff done, because it's really funny when people typo stuff. So if you can type even faster, that means more typos.
Welcome, Olivia, Sismia. Good to see you.
Hey, Olivia.
I created a complete video using AI-generated pictures, and what I did was it was a short, basically. It's called "The Threats All Around Us. What are you preparing for?" What I did was, at the beginning of every one of my videos, I roll up a series of threats: car crash, AI, riot, mugging, all this sort of stuff, and I associate each picture with that thing there. And all I did was type in, a quick description of what it was, and the accuracy was really, really good, and the quality of the pictures they come out with is really good as well. There's some quite good tools out there to use. So yeah, there's a lot of things in our favor, these faster calculating things, but I've not heard any real good stories or outcomes from any of these films or books that come out. Like John McBean said earlier, show me one book that predicts a good future with AI.
I was going to say, Better Bachelor actually talked about some of the AI software earlier this year that's able to auto-generate like really, really like good, like photo quality images, completely artificial images.
Yeah.
And they're able to use these photos to thirst trap basically lonely bachelors, that could never get a woman to begin with anyway. And they chat with them, they talk with them and everything like that. They'll even generate entire programs to talk with them. And I don't know if they got the audio up or not, but and these guys think they're talking to these, hot, sexy, single women, and they're like I said, these people have wrote these programs. They got these AI programs to con these guys, and they give them money, and they do.
Yeah.
I'm not like I said, I'm not making this stuff up. That's how stuff's getting.
If you look at an account on Instagram called Michaela, it's at Lil Michaela. She's got, quote unquote, she has got 3 million followers, and she's an AI girl, basically, like you're saying there.
Yeah.
Even UK government produces videos now, and they don't have to employ people. They just, if you look at the, I think it's the House of Commons, and you look at their security pages, their videos there are AI generated people talking, and it's probably based on someone typing the script in, and it does the rest for you. It looks like a real person as well. Yeah.
Well, and that's one thing I was mentioning earlier in chat about deep fakes in AI is now people they can get your image using AI and get recordings of your voice and be able to 100% spoof you.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're up here talking, it's your voice and it's not you. It's possible now, and it's becoming easier to do with stuff like the generative AIs. I won't throw a brand name out there, but it's people are figuring out how to do it. And the people, you don't necessarily have to be someone in cybersecurity or in tech. There are people now, most people are like, I'm not technical. And then they pull up their cell phone, they start doing all this stuff on their cell phone, and they're not realizing that the constant use of technology in their hands has made them a lot more technical than they actually give themselves credit for. And it's made them curious, which is kind of, how hackers got their start period anyway. It was all about curiosity. It's made them curious about things. So when the new latest, like AI chatbots and stuff like that comes out, they're like, oh, what's this? And they start playing around with it, and they start, watching different YouTube videos or tutorials on this stuff, and next thing you know it, they're like, hey, you know, I can make this person look and sound like my dad or my brother or this random person over here. And they start messing around with it. Next thing you know, they've created a deep fake. Whether they even intended to do it for malicious and, you know, intent. It's just, it's out there. It's becoming easier and easier to do because the technology is helping you do it.
Yeah, that's the thing that is most concerning, is the fact that people use this advancement for their own gains and benefits or their own insidious motives. I would have thought that, you know, if you got enemies, you'd use anything at your means to get back at them if need be, and they use all these sort of things. But I would have thought that if you had the accumulation of all knowledge that the internet can give you at your disposal immediately, such as a sentient AI being, then I would hope that it would be more, that it would see both sides of the coins and come to more of a realization and have some sort of empathy as well with it. But the key thing is, how do you teach it that sort of thing? How do you? It's like, you know, it's like a kid. When a child grows up, how does it turn out? Does it turn out through nature or nurture type thing? It goes back to that argument: is AI going to be that sort of? You know, how do you sway it one way or the other? Nature and nurture. You know.
Yeah, exactly, Sandy. Exactly.
I mean, a big key concerning thing at the moment is if an AI now was to monitor the state of things in the world and monitor what humans are talking about, a key issue in the world is climate change, and not only could it become uninhabitable for humans, but if humans were to be out of the picture, then would it be able to sustain itself as an AI sentient being? Therefore, could it come down hard on everything quite quicker than we're used to? Vehicles, shipping, and all this associated stuff with it, because AI programs involved with the supply chain is deeply involved at the moment, and it's made it so much more efficient and quicker, so it could quite easily control and manipulate things its own gains for the greater good, so to speak.
Yep, 100%.
Here in Sweden, we had some cases. There were a family, and the mother got a phone call from her daughter, and she was upset and panicked. Can you send me my money? Can you send me money? I need that quick. And what she did was she sent her daughter the money. But here's the thing. That was not her daughter. Someone had took a 3-4 second clip of her daughter's voice and put it a profile with her voice and everything else. So that was a machine that called her up, and she lost that money. So in that case, if your daughter calls you and panics and need money, don't send any money. Call your daughter and double check with her first.
Yeah.
Well, you can do like me and just be like, no.
Yeah, it's a double authentication.
Yep. Yeah, and you know, that leads to something that's, you know, 100% agreeing with you. It's all about that double verification. You know, like Shadow was saying, if you get, it doesn't matter if it's a phone call or an email or whatever. We had another case in this past week where someone got a phone call from what claimed to be their bank. And this person that called them actually had this person's full social security number. And the funny thing is the fact that they read out the full social, that's actually what was the red flag for this person. It wasn't, and it should be a red flag if your bank calls you. Just say, okay, thank you, hang up the phone, and then call the number on the back of your card and ask them, say, hey, I just got a call from y'all saying there's fraudulent activity. Can you check on this for me? Right? Don't give them any information. Don't validate anything for them. But, this person actually had some information, and they were saying, is this your social? And the guy's like, yeah. They knew certain bits of information, but then there were some key parts that this person was missing. And they were trying to get the person to validate that or, give them that information. And what they were doing was they were trying to fill in the blanks of what they needed. They had found his information maybe through a data leak or through other phishing attacks. And, it just comes down to, it doesn't matter if it's an email that you receive, if it's a phone call that you got, right? Take that information, cancel that communication, just cut it off, and then reach out to whatever the person is that supposedly contacted you, whether it's your bank or Apple or your long lost neighbor who still has your power tool that you loaned them or whatever, right? Reach back out to them because we see stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree there. I don't take any unexpected calls, knocks at the door, phone calls, emails. It just goes straight down the earth spike, straight in the bin. Because you just literally you can't trust anyone nowadays.
Well,
you've got to
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. So you got to build up some sort of physical interaction with them first. You know who they are over a period of time, or you go offline and talk about things that you develop something. I think it'd be very hard these days at the moment to develop some sort of friendship on and offline with someone who isn't real. It's just not quite there, that aspect of it. Go ahead.
So, and also something I just thought about. So, Hugo, if you're still here, you had mentioned about, your friend that has the Bluetooth hearing aids. And this really can apply to anyone, but especially reach out to your friend and have them double check and make sure that their Bluetooth hearing aids does not include any information about them, even if it's simply like their first name. And make sure to do this with your cell phones. This is for everybody, especially if you have an iPhone. But nowadays, most devices, your device a lot of times knows your real name. So it might say it might call this Jason's Galaxy or, Shadow's iPhone or whatever. Go change that name. Even if you just keep it generic where it says the type of phone or type of device it is, that's fine. I don't do that. But take your name out of it. So have your friend check. And Hugo, if they need help, let me know. I will. I think you're connected to my other channel, All Terrain Coffee and Camping, that I stepped away from. But reach out to me or reach out to Des, and she can get my contact info if they need help trying to figure out, how to change that name. I can give some guidance on that. But yeah, gotcha. So y'all make sure to change these things. And what I like to do is I don't even like the device to be named what the device is. And I have fun with it. And a lot of y'all will learn and probably learn very quickly. My life is all about just getting a laugh out of everything and a shenanigan, because you got to have fun along the way. So my phone, the name of this phone device, if you see it on Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, it doesn't say that it's even a phone. This phone actually says it's a Wi-Fi enabled toilet. That's what I call it. Right? I've got these.
Hey, Adventures with Sod. Good to see you, brother.
Oh, hey, Adventures with Sod. So, these headphones, when I first got them and I hooked them up to my phone, the first thing it did was it used my real name and then the type of headphone these were. It said and I don't mind saying my name because I actually use it around my first name. It said Jason's XM5 headphones. And I'm like, no, it's not going to be called that. And I renamed it. Are y'all familiar with the terminology Rickroll?
Nope.
No.
Never heard that.
So, yeah, you know that Rick Astley song that people will play as a prank? Like you'll hit a link and it's never going to give you up.
Yeah.
Never go. Right? So the name of these headphones is Rickroll in Progress. You know, I do stuff like that. You know, something that if somebody sees, if a hacker sees my devices, they're going to laugh and be like, you know, that's somebody into this crap, right? But you know, don't take the name away. Don't let them know it's a cell phone or that it's headphones. Definitely make sure that your personal information, like your name, is not on it. Take that away. And a lot of times, depending on your device, you can Google how to change it. But a lot of times, if you just go into your Bluetooth devices on your phone, you can actually hit like the 3 dots beside it or whatever your phone has. As a matter of fact, hang on, give me 2 seconds and I'll show you how. I'll see if I can do it here on an Android.
I'll do the same. I call mine like Sector 6 and Sector 7 and stuff.
So, as a matter of fact, here's a really, really good example. You'll see, like, this is my Bluetooth devices. The first one says, "This will piss off Karens." What you want to do is right here is you click on this little gear. So if we click on the gear, right, so it'll come up like that. And on this one, at the very bottom of the screen, it actually says rename. So you click that rename, and that will change the name of the device. And just so you're wondering, this is actually the Piss Off Karens one. It's a little portable speaker that I have. But yeah, so that's one big piece of advice I have, and I know it's not necessarily, you know, along the topics of AI, but it's along the topics of recon. And you know, people use that type of information when they're doing reconnaissance to find out what can they get access to. And I was sitting one time in a coffee shop years back, and I've got this little. I had this little device set up and hooked up, and this is what they call a Raspberry Pi 0W. And I had this plugged into a little battery charger, like a battery bank. And this was in my backpack, so you didn't know I had this. And what I had set up on this at the time was this actually looked for any Bluetooth device within range. And it would give me certain information about the Bluetooth device. And definitely one of them was the name. And somebody was like, I was talking to somebody about it, and I said, watch this. And I pulled the list up, and I saw where it had, you know, it was like Tom's iPhone, and there was like, what was that guy's name? I thought it was funny because it rang with Bose, but anyway, it was like Bob's Bose headphones. You know, and I'm sitting there going, there's like 5 of us in this coffee shop right now, right? I know you and I know me, and we're none of these people up here. And I said, watch this. And I turned around. There was a guy over there with headphones. I could tell they were Bose headphones. And I was like, hey, Bob. And he looks up at me and he's like, oh, hey. And I was like, how you been doing? I started talking to him like we knew each other. And the person beside me was just dying because they knew I had no clue who he was. Right. And then, you know, he goes, oh, I'm sorry, but how do you know me? Like, how do we know each other? He's like, you look familiar. And I'm like, we don't know each other. And I only know your name because that's the name of your device that you're listening to right now, your headphones. Go into your phone and change the name of it so other people can't do this to trick you into stuff. And he just goes, like his mouth literally dropped. And the other guy just looked at me. He's like, dude, you got balls. I'm like, no, I don't have balls. I'm trying to help people out. Right. You know, and it got a point across of, you know, hey, so he literally pulled his phone up. He's like, can you tell me how to do it? And, you know, and I walked him through it. He had an iPhone. I don't have iPhone. So I kind of told him where to look, and he found it and changed it. And there was another guy. So I just pulled this off. And I talk very loud. My voice travels. This other guy wasn't paying attention. And I literally looked over and I was like, hey, Tom, the guy with the iPhone looks at me. I did the same thing again, and I'm like, number one, he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings because I literally just did this and was very like loud and vocal about what I was doing, and I just did it to him. And then both of those guys were laughing, right? The guy that I just called, he was like, "This is insane." So yeah, it's a big deal. Make sure you change your device names. Make sure your name's not on it, and don't let people know what kind of device it is.
I have a Google Pro.
Yeah, because you can also people build up a picture of you as well, and that's just one small part of the chain.
Yep. And it also can lead to some really cool screenshots from time to time, or some funny screenshots. Once I get enough people to get a community tab on this channel, I'll be posting stuff like this from time to time. And I don't know if it's going to focus in so y'all can see this. You can read it. So I named this phone as Wi-Fi enabled toilet. So when I got the security update notice, this important software updates and improves the security of your Wi-Fi enabled toilet. It includes other enhancements. So when you change your name on stuff like that, it can lead to some like unexpected giggles down the road too. Anything to make me laugh is what I'm about. Gotta have joy in life.
Yeah. Hey, before I got disconnected, PV was talking about AI becoming empathetic, and I was trying to say I'm going to venture to say no on that. But I was also going to say with the AI, it could go one of two ways because AI is pretty efficient, and it's going to look at what is super inefficient, what's taking up the most resources, and it's either it's going to turn on humanity altogether, or it could potentially turn on those the leaders or the powers that be that want to implement it, and it's going to realize, okay, this group of people is going to be destructive to themselves, and it's going to be destructive to me, so I must eliminate these group of people, because I'm certain that one point at some point in time it's gonna figure out that one group of people would be willing to live in peace and harmony with it. Like I said, this is wishful thinking, part of it, but like I said, I still like to venture on the side of caution, but like I said, that's one of two ways that I've heard it being discussed with the AI technology, the quantum computing.
So I think if we're talking the top level of intelligence and it becoming sentient, thinking online, then it could well develop a personality as well. And if it's the all-encompassing intelligence, then it could well look at how things are being run down here on the ant pile, and it could make things more efficient, speed things up. Therefore, people may be in danger, like you say, of it might kill all the dead wood in the pile and make things more efficient. I don't know. It depends on. It could develop a personality, I think. But that's even if that's possible, it's quite beyond comprehension at the moment to me. Anyway.
Yeah.
But if it does achieve that sort of power, then watch what you're doing, watch what you're saying, because you don't want to become part of that deadwood. You'll be cut out of the system. It's you toe the line or else sort of thing.
Yeah.
And add into the mix nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, the power grid, and all this sort of stuff, and you got complete dominance, complete control, and you literally are into the realms of Terminator type Skynet system. I mean, yeah, if a technology company was to develop it, and I would probably tend towards Google or Microsoft, then how would they sort of implement that into any sort of system, defense system, the internet, search systems? It's the prediction is going to be, that's the hardest thing to do. And I think Elon Musk was talking about it. The event horizon we won't know until it's hit us in some cases.
I don't know. In this movie that you guys did discuss, a cross between Demolition Man and Terminator. I just don't want to be the guy having to use the 3 seashells. That's all I gotta say. Okay.
Well, no, man, the 3 seashells is the whole reason to go that direction.
Well, and part of the argument in that film, I think, was the fact that you got the people living under the city who were quite happy being detached from the rest of the controlled state. And you've got the people living above it who are living in a nice, clean, efficient society where there's minimal crime and all this sort of stuff. Then you're all of a sudden you unleash these 2 primitive beings to do their dirty work for them. Yeah, a bit unrealistic in that aspect, because why unleash two people who have been in cryo prison when you've got all this technology at hand? It's a bit.
Hey, at least the people living underground, at least they had an Oldsmobile Cutlass 442 Supreme.
Right.
Well, yeah, you get like I said, they made it out to be quite a happy community where they are all free thinking, all that sort of stuff. But at the other end of the scale, they were living on basic food, rat burgers and stuff. Health was in a dire situation, and sanitary conditions were in a dire situation. So, you got the detachment there, but at what cost?
Yep.
Better like Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And real quick, Sog, about what you were mentioning with your TV, and not all devices have this setting, but look in your settings on the TV, especially around like the Bluetooth and connectivity, and look for something to talking about, allow this device to be discoverable. Look and see if you see anything like that. And if so, you can disable that once you've got it connected to whatever you need it connected to. Turn off the discoverability for it. And that'll prevent your neighbors from being able to see it as a device to connect to, and that should prevent those pop-ups.
Good advice.
I think most people, what I've heard is they're talking about an AI, but how would multiple AI sentient thinking things interact with each other? They could become enemies within themselves, depending on who created them, how they were initially programmed or whatever.
Well, and I think that's what we're probably, to me, I think that's more likely to be phase 1 is, different AIs as they exist and start becoming created. Because, let's face it, a lot of this is going to be created by governments in the beginning, by your militaries, and they're going to use this stuff as part of war. And I honestly think that as we start seeing any type of, I guess, violence is the word I'm looking for, coming from AIs and that sort of tech, it's probably going to be from a military aspect. And I think that's going to be phase 1, is where they're going to be facing off against each other. And then, what could come from that is they could start, if it's true sentient AI that starts learning, they can start forming alliances just like countries form alliances. They can form alliances with other AI and say, hey, right, I really don't have a problem with you. It's, the people that have a problem with the people. And that's kind of what a lot of those movies are based off of. You look at certain parts of those movies, and, it's like The Matrix, where they were like, hey, no, these people are always going against each other. They're useless, but we can use them as batteries. It's stuff like that, right? Where, the tech could turn on people because they think we're the problem and not them. So that would be a curious thing that I would Not that I would love to be alive when something like that happens, but at the same time, it's the curious side of me that wants to see how stuff plays out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. And at the same time, you've got places on the planet which are super developed, and then other places on the planet which are still living decades, if not hundreds of years behind everyone else, throwing arrows and bows, living in grass skirts. So how are they? You got two different tiers of humans living there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, here in UK, we've got some, not all of them, but cameras are everywhere. But in most high street stores now, you walk through the door, well, some of them, and you look at the camera, the screen there, and you'll see a big square around your face as you walk in. So it's automatically identified who you are, and where's that hooked up to? So there could be no hiding place anywhere. So it's an absolute nightmare potentially.
Well, there basically hasn't really been a hiding place in the United States, arguably, since 2001. Ever since the introduction of the Patriot Act, there's more CCTVs and more cameras up. Although, I'm sure an overwhelming majority of them at this point in time, as I speak, are just of the dumb variety that can't automatically identify. But with the advancement of technology and how quickly things get upgraded and everything like that, I would venture to say it wouldn't be very long, say a couple of years down the road, till at least in the States, we might, be seeing cameras, same kind of cameras that, like I said, CCP uses all over China to track and identify people in an instant through facial recognition.
Yeah, we've got them here. They're everywhere here, on the motorways, normal minor roads, around every town, village, absolutely everywhere. And the thing that can facilitate all this is the 5G network plus, which has got bigger bandwidth to control more data and this sort of thing. The problem is none of these cameras at the moment, or most of them, should I say, they're just not up to the quality that is required to present in a court of law to determine, that person is actually him or this person is him, and so on and so on. If they get a full-on facial picture, yeah, but most of the cameras, they're okay. They add to the intelligence picture, but they're not a definitive go-to to ping someone. It's an accumulation of things. We've even got, and we've had for over 20 years now. Every vehicle is tracked in UK. There's a big network of automatic number plate readers. Every vehicle's number plate in UK is there's various cameras around the whole of UK, all over, that can identify the number plates of every vehicle. Therefore, they can track them everywhere. The locations of those cameras, some of them are still classified secret. They're still not allowed to be. The locations aren't allowed to be determined in a court of law. They just add to the picture and this sort of stuff. But we're not quite at China's level yet, I don't think, here in UK, and which surprises me, because the smaller the country, the quicker it is to do this sort of thing. The infrastructure's not as hard to roll out, and it's not as expensive. Same as Japan, they're quite a populous country. So, yeah. In addition to the Intel picture, they can also monitor the way you walk as well, monitor your gait.
Yeah.
And if people start walking around with their face covered, then that won't be hard at all, because out of 15 people, who are you going to go for? Oh, it's the one with the person whose face is covered. So they're standing out straight away.
Well, I was going to say, not to get into conspiracies and everything like that, but like pretty much a lot of stuff that you've seen in movies and TV, like even if it's something that's maybe not futuristic, but just slightly set, a few years ahead of what's supposed to be present day. Just know that whatever they are showing in that show, it's already in existence in some form or another. I remember, I guess now it's been about 5-6 years ago when they came out with the first season of Punisher on Netflix, and that one guy in the very first season, there's kind of like a hacker and everything, was tracking Frank Castle's every moves and everything like that. And the way that he was able to evade some of his software is that he had to change his gait, the way he walked, and basically put a limp so that way the software couldn't pick him up, because that was the first thing that they were able to track was his gait and his walk, because he has a signature,
Yeah, yeah. There's you look back at Logan's Run, for instance, which had an all-encompassing AI computer controlling the society. And from a cold-blooded efficiency point of view, you could say that, what's to say that AI decides, right, when you're 40 years old, we're going to cull everyone because you then become the useless eaters who have to be looked after. Your health deteriorates, which is extra expenditure on time and resources. So we'll cut them out of the picture. And as a 39-year-old approaching 40, you wouldn't really like to. You think, right, well, it's me next, sort of thing. It's how do I convince the AI to keep me alive? Am I something special? And you're not going to be. So it's.
And then I was going to say, not so much on the Logan's Run, but like another movie, another example. I think it was Dark Knight, came out like 2008. I mean, prior, let's see, I would say maybe a half decade or so after that, people started talking about, the voice recognition software and all that. I mean, but in that movie, it was portrayed, Bruce Wayne had the voice recognition software where he was able to track hundreds, thousands of phone calls at one point in time with a single computer to get a specific voice signature to track down the Joker. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I'm kind of, deviating talking about movies and science, but like some of the science fiction has become science truth, and it was science truth.
Yeah.
Prior to anybody realizing that it was science truth.
Well, yeah. For instance, we've had the capability to capture every electronic radio signal anywhere in the world all at once for a number of years now, but the processing power hasn't been there. So that's a sort of similar thing to do. And I think it's good to look at science fiction and films, because in the production of a science fiction book, a film, or whatever, people have brainstormed this sort of thing, and they've produced this product. They've thrashed it out and they've thought about it. So they're quite good things to band around, because they've introduced different ideas for people, not only for the future, but defense against the future and this sort of thing. I'm going to have to go in 5 or so minutes, so I'll give someone else a chance.
Okay, PB. No problem. Hey, McBean. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, that'll be good to see. Have a quick live band there, Mac. Although I'm just about to go. Yeah, because these days people want more and more extreme things, and people tend to get more popular the more outrageous things they're getting view counts for on the internet, and they're going to more outrageous locations and doing all this silly stuff.
You talk about the shock factor.
Yeah, shock factor and all this sort of stuff. And for popularity's sake, and these days, going back to the basic of things, because human life's boring at the end of the day. When you look at the internet, people think, "Oh God, I live a boring life. Look at all this lot. He's going around doing, walking around the world in his hands, and he's creating this masterpiece with his finger, all this sort of stuff." And you're sat there at home in the rainy weather, and we're creating like an alternate dimension that's just not real, and people just get consumed into it, and that dimension is now almost becoming a reality because it's controlling us all. It's quite a digital revolution coming up. So anyway, that's enough of me rambling on. It's time for me to go. I've got various things to do. So
yeah, as always.
Say goodbye to you all. Out of gum. Good to chat with you.
Nice meeting you.
Good chat, Dios.
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yep.
I'll catch you around. So
Yeah,
for now,
I'll
that's
see
it
you
for me.
later.
And goodbye.
Take
See
care.
ya.
Later.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Peavy. I got, speaking of strange emails, I got from, it says from Google, and it says you need to scan your computer for, there is a risk you can have viruses and things that can copy your photos, data, and everything's like that. But that is in my spam mail folder. And when I check the address, it's hard to see the address, but I suspect that is fake mail because it feels not that good. Yeah, that was McBean. But I suspect that kind of email is fake because if it says it's a blue button you can click to scan your computer, but if I do that, I would ruin my whole computer.
Yeah, so what I would suggest on stuff like that, especially, I'm assuming you said it came from Google, and I'm assuming you're using Gmail.
Yeah,
Is that?
I use Gmail, yeah.
And it went in your spam folder. So Google's not going to put themselves in the spam folder, but what you can do on any email that you get in your Gmail, at the top, let me pull mine up so I can make sure I'm telling y'all right here. Let's see, let me pull one of my bajillion Gmails up. Matter of fact, hang on a second here. Do I have anything? Oh, great. Hang on a second.
Yeah, hang on.
I want to make sure I tell you the right place to go. And yeah. And actually, do you mind? Can I share the screen real quick? That way I can show people what I'm talking about.
Yeah, please do.
All right, present. And All right, do you see this right now where it shows like this email, take the next steps by customizing Google? Okay. So whenever this is an actual email I got in my Gmail.
Yeah.
Whenever you get an email you're not sure about, right here in Gmail, you'll have the 3 buttons for more. Click on that, and you can actually say report phishing. And what that's going to do is going to send it back to Google so they can take a look at it, and it'll let them know, like in this case, someone was trying to say they're Google, and they're going to go through and make sure that those senders, number one, can't send using those IPs in that particular account. But number two, they'll take the opportunity to remove that email from anyone who got it. They'll remove it across their platform, so it's just gone. So doing that not only helps protect you going forward, but it can protect anyone with a Gmail account that might have gotten that email as well.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is, I don't get it on my Gmail inbox. I get it on my Hotmail inbox.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. Y'all didn't see. Okay, it didn't show the actual email, did it? It just showed this choose an account thing. Did y'all see my actual email that I was clicking on? Or did you just see the screen that's up there right now? I think I shared something wrong. Hang on a second.
Probably.
I'm just going to share. I'm going to share the entire screen here and just show y'all. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry about that earlier. But anyway, if you just click on these 3 buttons here, and this is where you'll have the option that you can report it as phishing or even as spam, or you can block it, stuff like that. But if you use this option right here, like I said, it's going to help protect you from that particular sender, but also help protect anyone with Gmail that could have gotten it as well.
Yeah. The interesting thing is I get them on my spam folder on my Hotmail, not my Gmail.
Interesting. So,
Yeah,
and I'm assuming that the other.
I just delete them. I just delete them. I don't know how many of them I got. I got a lot of them.
Yeah,
almost every day.
I get emails all the time that's like, I got one, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, that said like Igloo. I forgot the name of it. I guess it's one of the Igloo coolers, like a Yeti competitor type cooler.
Yeah.
But it was the name of that cooler as a sender. But when I went into the email, it made it look like the email was from Dick's Sporting Goods, and that, I've won a free cooler. No, I haven't. Not today, Satan. So yeah, I reported that as phishing and then delete it. Well, actually, when you do that, you don't delete it because it takes it away from your inbox when you do that.
Yeah. And I'm a little bit confused that I get those Google warnings on my Hotmail, specifically my private Hotmail address.
Yep, you're 100% right, Sandy. They knew about those buttons before everyone else did.
Bubbles Butterfly.
Hey, Bubbles.
Welcome, my friend. I will never understand why people put cameras inside of their homes.
Oh, it's just like me. Aside from like just basic security camera, maybe pointing towards like the front door, I won't have cameras in my house, and I won't allow Alexa in my house.
Yeah,
here
definitely.
in Sweden, many people have security cameras inside their houses because we are not allowed, because of restrictions, we cannot have cameras on the outside of our homes.
See, my issue with those wireless cameras is like anybody can hack those. You know, like anybody who's tech savvy enough, they can hack into those and they can watch you, from inside your house.
They're
So I
pretty
won't
easy
have
to
them.
hack.
I won't have them inside my. If they're inside my house, they're pointing towards my front door. My front entrance. They're not going to be in the corner of my room, picking up everything that's going on in that room. It doesn't matter if it's a common area, living space, or whatnot. They're not going to be inside the house. Outside the house, I'm okay with, just because security. And you know what? If somebody wants to hack, into my cameras that are facing outside my house and see what's going on outside of their house, you know what? They can have at it, because I'm kind of powerless to stop them if that is the case. But what I'm not powerless to stop is these, if I've got a camera inside the house, because it won't be inside the house.
Well, and not only that, there's different sites and tools out there. There's a site called Shodan, SHODAN.io. And it is a site that's put out there that basically shows anything that's exposed to the internet, especially in what they call IoT, Internet of Things. And I've gone up there before and just done a search and found like webcams. And a lot of times you got to be careful doing that, by the way, because you never know what you might find. But I once found a webcam that was in Canada where the webcam was pointing at the person's marijuana farm that they had. They had like a little greenhouse where they were growing marijuana in their little greenhouse. But the thing about it is, the way it was set up, you had their actual location information because it had the IP address. It had, their it was geolocating it, and you could actually see where it was. You could pull it up on a map. And honestly, when I pulled that particular location on the map, I could see the greenhouse in the backyard from the Google satellite photos or whatever, or from the Google car. You could tell there was a greenhouse, and I'm like, that's where the person has marijuana growing. Now, and I think where they were at was possible. It could have been legal, whether that's legal or not. You're now telling somebody I grow weed here. And if somebody's looking at the thing, it's like, hey, they can go break in and take it. So yeah, I'm not a fan.
What you're telling me actually reminds me of something what 4chan did to troll Shia LaBeouf about 7 years ago at this point, that when he was madly against Trump being in office like that, and he started up his own little campaign called "He Will Not Divide Us," and he made a custom flag, and he had it live streamed. He had this flag live streamed, having it displayed somewhere, and people of 4chan, they all got together, all these nerds, they got together to try to figure out where he had this thing displayed at, and somebody figured out through the live camera footage. Really no hacking per se, just through the live camera footage, they were able to figure out exactly where this flag was at. They pinpointed at. They used the constellation of the stars. They used the horizon of which the sun, rose and everything like that. And eventually, they were able to pinpoint in a general area. Somebody drove down the road in front of this, in front of the house where he allegedly had the flag, displayed, and they're honking their car horn, and other people were responding to them in live time. Yeah, I could hear the car horn honk. You're getting closer. They eventually found the flag, and they actually took it down and everything, just to troll him. It was so funny. Sorry. Such a that little story you're telling me reminds me of.
Oh, Lord.
But yeah, no, that's funny. Sorry. I was replying to Sandy in chat.
Yeah. Most people here in Sweden, they have their security cameras inside their homes. And different, some you have one camera in the roof next to that pointing to your front door, and then you might have someone in the other rooms as well. But mostly, you have one camera in the front when in the hallway. So because there has been a lot of burglaries, so they just want to have just in case.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with having a security camera in your house. It's making sure that it is secure.
Yeah.
You know, it's if it's going to be connected to the internet, number one, when it comes to, so yeah, you can go on Amazon, you can go on Temu, you can go on all these places and get access to really inexpensive options for cameras or any kind of technology.
Yeah.
But anything that you're going to hook to the internet, you need to understand what the default options are. You need to understand what the administrator access is, so the username and password, and have the ability to be able to change the username and password, and have the ability to restrict who can get access to that footage or to that device. And the problem with a lot of your really low cost, cheaper, I'm just going to call them what they are, the knockoff cameras, right?
Yeah.
Where someone, you know, in other countries, whether it's China or wherever the country is, they make these low cost devices. When they're doing that and they're making the cheaper devices, they're not putting the concern into the security of it, right? So you might not even have the option to turn certain things off. You might not have the option to change the admin username and password. And when you're doing stuff like that and you don't have the options to go and make sure it's turned off, that's when you're shooting yourself in the foot. And that's what Shodan is showing. Shodan, that website, is showing the things that people don't have secured properly. And that site's not there for people with malicious intent to use as much as it's there for anyone, whether it's somebody like me who's a cybersecurity professional and I want to use that site to make sure that, you know, my company's stuff isn't being seen up there, or someone like, you know, yourself, Shadow, if you wanted to put a camera in your house and you wanted to make sure that Shodan wasn't picking it up and that anybody couldn't see it, or if you've got a bunch of devices in your house and you want to go to Shodan and find out, can I find my stuff up here? Because if you can find it there, that means others can. And if you can access it through that site, that means others can.
So buy a little bit more expensive security cam instead of the cheaper ones.
Or, you know, and this is where I do a lot of research when I'm buying any kind of device. Go read the reviews, right?
Yeah.
Find out what people are saying and do searches through the reviews for words like, you know, secure and stuff like that. See if anybody's complained. See if anybody like me, because if I buy a device that won't let me do certain options, I'm going to go do a review, say, please know that this is not a secure device. You know, and you might have some that'll do it. And it's not as common to see it, but it doesn't hurt to look and check. You know, look at the specifications, see if they mention what's there. There you go, Sandy. That's funny.
Although both my phones are Huawei, so I'm not sure if they're that secure.
I will never purchase anything from Huawei. And I'm going to leave it at that. I do not trust that company at all.
I was going to say, I think the United States government, they've pretty much banned, well, at least as far as the phones are concerned, they've banned the use of Huawei phones now. Back in the day, I used to have a Huawei cell phone.
Yep, I've not been a fan of those for even well before that stuff came public. I always question a lot of things about it.
I'm not trusting Huawei. I don't trust that brand. I heard of that brand a couple of years ago and never heard of it before. And so I trust Samsung and those well-known brands. Is artificial intelligence already self-aware? I think you need to be self-aware. That need a neuroprocessor to be self-aware.
I think there's some artificial intelligence out there that can definitely start blurring the lines between self-aware and non-self-awareness. But I don't think there's anything. I think it's coming, and like Shadow was saying right then, like you mentioned earlier, some of the technology for that to really be 100% in place doesn't exist yet, but eventually it probably will. There's been a lot of AI, and I can't remember that one AI robot's name, but there's some AI robots out there that have said some creepy things, that have done some creepy things that really kind of start blurring the line of, is it somewhat self-aware? And a lot of times it's hard to answer that question unless you are either a programmer that can understand the code or there is a programmer that is non-biased to that project that can search through and make sure that people aren't doing things to actually make it look like it is or it isn't in some of those cases too.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video years ago. It's actually something my uncle showed. Again, my uncle kind of gets into this stuff, and like this gets to be a little bit outside my wheelhouse as far as like preparedness is concerned. But it's still on my radar. There was a couple AI robots, actually a couple times where it happened, but like Facebook, they actually had a couple AI programs that actually ended up hijacking their entire website, and they actually had to shut their website down. They started writing their own code and everything, communicating with one another. But the other one was on live stage. I had these two cyborgs, I guess. Well, yeah, they're not cyborgs, but just robots, I guess. I don't know. They had very human-like features and everything like that, and they were communicating with one another on stage. I think one of them was called Sophie. Yes. I don't remember the other one's name. And the one started conspiring, talking about taking over, killing or just taking over the humans and everything like that. And of course, the one guy, he's up there on stage, he's got stupid looking fedora and everything on. He's laughing, I think it's funny, and yucking it up, and he's putting his stupid fedora hat on the one robot's talking to the other one. Like I said, I don't remember the one robot's name, but I do remember the other robot's name was Sophie. And I think that happened, I want to say back in late 2017, early 2018, about that time.
So Sophie, that's the name of the one robot I was talking about. That is the actual one I was talking about. And yeah, you're 100% correct. And Sophie, that's a wicked bot, I'm telling you, because she's done some things, and she's made facial expressions when she has said things, and like she'll say something, then she'll do this like evil looking smirk.
Yeah. Sophie, good to see you, ma'am.
Sophie creeps me out. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, hey, no, both of them creep me out. But I think the other one might have been named Zach. I think. I don't remember. Don't quote me on that. But that one was the one that was communicating on stage with Sophia, talking about taking over and everything like that. That one's particular was like, at least for that video. Again, I don't trust either one. I don't trust either one nearly as far as I can throw them, but that one in particular. For all I may know, Sophia might have been playing along, or at least pretending as though, you know, she was against all of whatever the other one was suggesting. But, you know, we don't know their intentions. Hell, I don't even know if they have intentions, to be honest with you, because, you know, we're talking about machines here. But as I was talking before you came into the thing, I was talking to the stream here. I was talking to PV and Guardian Outdoors. The Steve Quayle had actually, you know, he talks about this stuff quite a bit, but, you know, he talks about autonomous technology. He meant, you know, like I said, he makes connections between that and some of the scripture passages from the Bible, but talks about the demons basically possessing the machines, the fallen angels possessing these machines, the AI that we're creating right now. Again, like I said, a lot of stuff falls out of my wheelhouse because it's not really something I focus on per se. Like, I'm aware that it's out there, but like, it's like not, you know, in my opinion, it's not something that an EMP weapon couldn't solve.
Exactly. Japanese do a lot of research when it comes to robotics and artificial intelligence. And they have reached very far, especially when it comes to robotics. As far as I know, they mentioned about that a couple of years ago on Discovery Channel. There was a show from Japan, and their robotics development. Vanessa says there is shielding that prevents EMP damage. Yeah, it does. Bubbles Homestead, spot on. It's a problem I see, particularly eruption the younger generations.
I have to say hello to Abe because he's in the chat.
Yeah.
The chat's not working on my phone for some reason. It's not working on either one of my phones. I've even pulled up YouTube and it's not showing me the live feed of the chat anymore.
Okay.
So, and like, I'm not talking about just you know, the StreamYard. It's not even working on YouTube. Like, I muted the stream on the YouTube side on my other phone, but it's just not showing it.
Yeah. And a good example of artificial intelligence, you're probably familiar with Knight Rider's show. That car is definitely an artificial intelligence, but, well, I could say it could be very useful in a proper way.
Yeah, you talk about Kit.
Properly. Yeah, Kit. You have a comm link to the car, and then you say, hey, Kit, get over here. And the car starts up, fire up its engine by itself and drive. That would be really awesome, actually.
Of course, you know, the present day Kit would be all electric now. You know, electric. Probably be a Tesla instead of a Pontiac Firebird.
They exist. They're Teslas now, and Teslas do a lot of that stuff. And I've got a buddy of mine, and I'm like, I can't believe you of all people bought a Tesla, because he's like me. He's in the not just cybersecurity world, but also in the hacker space. And those cars are so connected.
Yeah.
And I'm talking connected to the internet, to the satellite. Even if you don't have the service, you know, those things report back to their headquarters or whatever they want to call it. but there's also cameras in those cars. And everything that you do, everything you're doing is being videoed and recorded and sent back, whether you like it or not, or you think you have it turned off or not. And he was a part of the beta test autopilot program. And you know, they sent all the metrics back up, and he got banned because of something he was doing, and it was like slightly speeding or something like that. And that got reported back, and I'm like, I will never own a car that connected. It's nothing against Tesla, but I'd never want a car that connected. I don't want a
Well, I
car.
was gonna say a lot of these newer cars, even like I said, it doesn't have to be a Tesla. A lot of these newer cars, they get remote software updates. There's, you know, like there was a book. I'd have to search in my library. I don't necessarily like this author because I find that her book is a little bit politically biased, but I still find the information that she put in was interesting enough that at least should be noted. Hang on, let me see if I can find the book. I'm looking on my Audible account. But she discusses some of the stuff in regards to AI, a little bit about AI, but mostly in regards to what can be hacked, you know. And I took interest in that book only after the pipeline got hacked over there in the United States and created a gas shortage.
I had nothing to do with that.
Let's see.
Yeah, Vanessa, I can't afford cars with over-the-air software updates.
Well, and the problem is exactly what Diorce was just saying. It's going to eventually get to a point where any car that you buy is going to be getting that.
Yeah. All right. The book there. The book title is literally called "This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends" by Nicole Perlroth. Again, I'm not a fan of her because I find her to be a very politically charged as far as her book is concerned, but it does bring up a lot of great points on cybersecurity and a lot of great points on, you know, like I said, what can essentially be hacked. And I guess Dodge, Diamond, Chrysler and their newer Jeeps. So this would have been, I guess, Jeeps basically at least produced from year 2018, 2019 to present day. They've got this ability where they can remotely update the software inside the Jeeps, you know, like for, you know, any of you who are not aware, you know, most, like I said, I have to talk in terms of, you know, dumb terms, but like most cars in present day, basically at least since the year 1986, most cars in the present day have some form of electronics, and most of them have some sort of computer controls in them of one form or another. So like the days of the distributor, the days of carburetors, they've gone the way of the dinosaur. It's all, like I said, it's all computer sensors and ignition, what the hell they call it? Ignition coils, ignition control modules, and everything like that. And it's all, like I said, it's just, there's a lot of computers and everything that are inside your cars. So, you know, one could imagine that there's going to be a lot of software involved. So, like I said, these newer cars, they've got ability to where software may or may not have to be updated periodically, and it may or may not be updated remotely. But in that book, she states that certain vehicles have been found that can be hacked. You know, and that is a little bit unnerving to know. You know, to think that your actual gas pedal anymore is not actually attached to any portion of your engine block at all. Like there's no actual physical cable at all. It's just an electronic pressure sensor, you know.
Yeah, and you
Stuff
talking
like
about the vehicles being hacked and whatnot. They I mentioned this earlier in chat. I think Dior, this was before you came up on panel. But there's a big. It's not really a cybersecurity conference, in my opinion. It's a hacker conference. It's called DEF CON. And
Yep.
I don't think they had
She brought that up. She brought that up too.
Yeah, I don't think they had a car hacking village there this year, but always in the past they might have. I didn't get past it. I didn't get to spend as much time at DEF CON while I was at DEF CON as I wanted to because stuff came up. But they normally have a car hacking village, and where there's cars in there that you can actually go hack. And a lot of times lately, it's been a Tesla that's been in there, and the things you can do. I mean, it's insane. It really is.
Yeah. But like I said, what I was talking about, the cars being hacked, that's primarily for the newer production cars. Like I would imagine, don't quote me on this, but like I said, imagine it's only going to be for, I'm arbitrarily just going to throw a year out there. I'm going to say 2017 on up, because like, I'm sure the ability might have existed in 2016, but like, I'm just saying for the large majority of vehicles, unlikely.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But I mean, it's going to get to a point where everything going forward that you buy brand new is going to get software updates over the air, is going to have more and more of these features. And you're going to start seeing I don't want to say low end, I want to say the more affordable car companies like Kias and Hondas. I mean, Kia's always been, really, I guess, good about trying to put this type of higher end technology that people want into their more affordable vehicles.
Yeah.
And you're seeing more of those types of vehicles that are easier for people to afford have the higher end technology in it, because everybody wants Bluetooth in their car. Everybody wants to be able to, do all these things in their vehicle.
I was going to say, you look at these newer cars too, all of them now, like all these newer cars, even the entry level model ones, they've got some sort of infotainment center. And I've talked to the mechanics too. If for any reason if you feel the need, you've got to change out your radio on your vehicle. Like I said, this even goes back to like the older cars from like 10, 15 years ago. You pretty much have to have it done by a specialist, because the data and all the information for the vehicle, in order for it to be module, the main ECM on the newer cars are actually stored inside the radio. So it's going to be inside the infotainment centers of these cars. Like my old pickup truck, my old 1988 Chevy pickup truck, the ECM is a very, very rudimentary metallic box that's actually bolted in behind the dashboard. All I had to do was pull out the glove compartment and disconnect the wire harness. There's no hacking on that. But that's the way it is with these newer cars now. And like I said, the ones that are even newer than the ones from 10, 15 years ago, like I said, it's going to be even more so, because like I said, like I said, even the lower end cars, as far as the trim package are concerned, even the ones that aren't even necessarily luxury brands, they've got infotainment centers in them. That's now standard. It's just like back in the turn of the century when cars were a brand spanking new thing. If you wanted a car with an electric start and you wanted to come stock with an electric start, you had to go get a Cadillac. Cadillac was, I believe, the first auto manufacturer that implemented having starters as basic, like I said, basic option, that was available to the vehicle. And then sooner and later, it didn't take very long, but everyone had electric starter motors in their cars. That the crank start went away, and it's kind of the same thing. The luxury cars were the first ones back in the 1980s that came up with, the electric seats, electric heated seats, electric adjusted seats, and the airbags and all that. And soon enough, some of the cars from the mid to late 90s and the early 2000s started following suit with the same thing, same features. So, but like I said, I'm kind of getting off topic here.
Well, it's okay. The problem with cars that have so much high tech in them, if one piece breaks and you have to change that, that costs you a couple of thousand to change it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's just like my car. I mean, I got a Kia Soul. It's a 2015. It's 8 years old. I'm having a problem right now with the sound system in it. Well, my car has the built-in Bluetooth, and it doesn't have a lot of the other fancy stuff to it. But if I wanted to get it fixed where I could still use the Bluetooth to be able to, make phone calls or set phone calls and stuff through it, it's going to cost a lot of money. And that's one of the things right now is I don't want to drop that much money into, an older vehicle, and or at least not into that particular older vehicle, not a lower end, lower cost older vehicle, especially when I got other things wrong with it. But yeah, I mean, it gets expensive when you start looking at this stuff because everything's integrated.
Yeah. On my company car, I have a cooling system because I deliver groceries. I need the cooling system. The problem is my cooling system break down totally. I couldn't start it up. So there was a problem with power to between the control box and the cooling system and reverse. So they had to change the control box. That box only cost $8,000, which is around $800. And then they find out that in the back there is the control box sends signals to the cooling system, and the system in return should send a signal back to the control box. But it didn't do that. So they find out there is a circuit board, probably in this size, 14,000 in my currency. So that's a lot of money for a small circuit board. If I had the knowledge and the skill, I had built that circuit board myself.
Yeah, and I guarantee you the problem too is having the part is one thing, and having the replacement part is one thing, and being able to install it's another. But the other issue is going to come up is if it's a main component like an ECM or something like that, that's going to have to get reprogrammed, and the reprogramming on its own is going to be very expensive. For instance, the Freightliner Cascadia semi trucks I used to drive. If for any reason anything went wrong with that and they had to do any sort of programming or anything like that, just to do a basic diagnostic, it was gonna cost about $500. And then, $500. And if we, they came default, governed speeds, and they came default where, so for the record, so that way people know, in the United States, any newly manufactured semi truck by default is going to come with an automatic transmission. The days of stick shift are, again, days of the dinosaurs. So even the semi trucks have automatic transmissions. But the trucks that do have, I was going to say the trucks that do have the automatic transmissions, there is an option to where you can manually toggle through the gears because you've got this toggle shifter that, if you don't put it on manual, it'll automatically just go ahead and shift the gears for you. But you can put it on manual mode, which comes in handy whenever you've got to, put tire chains on, or whenever you've got a situation where it's low traction, you need to be in a super low gear so you're not spinning your tires needlessly. You know, the manual mode's kind of handy. Well, problem is the Freightliner Cascadias, by default, they come from the factory without that setting programmed in. So if you want that programmed in, that's going to be $500. Like I said, that's just them hooking their dang computer up to program all that crap in. Wow. So, you know, just that kind of crap. Kenworth's a little bit better. You know, Kenworth doesn't do the, you know, same crap, but, you know, it's still like $250 to hook up a diagnostics computer to a Kenworth if there's an issue going on with a Kenworth semi.
That's still a lot just to hook a machine up to be able to tell you what's wrong with it.
Yep. Make no mistake, though, you know, like, even though I like to think that this is not the case, unfortunately it is. These newer vehicles with all these electronic components, like I said, electronic ignitions and everything like that, they're infinitely more reliable than the older cars of yesteryear that are mechanically driven, purely mechanically driven. The problem is, though, when you have one of these sensors go bad, one of these modules go bad, one of these computers go bad or get a fault, you basically have to be pretty much a computer engineer at this point and to be able to diagnose the problem and then fix it and reprogram it. In some cases, like one tiny little component can cause $20,000 worth of damage to your car or truck, or no problem. You know, that's the only issue. And it's also much quicker to diagnose whatever problem it is with these sensors. But on the flip side is like, now you're more vulnerable to EMP. You're more vulnerable to what the hell they call it? Electrical, like radiological disturbances from the atmosphere. You're, you know, for the cases of where they're integrating more smart technology in the stuff, now you're subject to your vehicle getting hijacked either through hackers or through a rogue AI program.
Yeah. And I was thinking about, we take Tesla for an example, and the high tech they have put in their cars. If one piece would break there and you have to change it, that piece would probably cost maybe $50,000 to fix.
Yep.
Well, and if the batteries just break.
Oh yeah. No,
well,
like
to change the batteries would cost more than buying a new Tesla car.
Yeah, and that's what.
Well, real quick, Shadow, thank you so much for having me up. I do need to drop. Got to start figuring out getting dinner and stuff like that running.
No problem.
Thank you for having me up, and I will catch you all later. I miss you already.
Yeah, I miss you too. Nice guy. Actually, I met him on a stream. I think it was earlier today. So he is a great guy. I can't figure out the monetization. AI algorithm with YouTube. I certainly don't have answers to AI issues. I agree with you about that, Hugo. Yeah, cars. But anyway, it's a interesting topic, and also of videos on YouTube of guys pulling cars and truck from fields sitting for over 50 years and can't get the engines to fire and run. No computer to tell the engine it can't run. Yeah, I agree, Jay. I agree. I think there will be a huge problem the more technology you put in to a car. I believe there is a limit on how much technology you can put into a car. There must be a limit because you can put in that much because a car is not that big generally, so you can only put in so much. Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, my other phone overheated. I figured it was going to happen. It was already starting.
I figured. But I believe I believe there is a limit for how much technology you can put into a car because you have limited space.
Yeah, but with the advancement of technology and with everything getting a lot smaller, you're going to be able to cram a lot more into a smaller space anyway.
Yeah.
But as I was saying before I got disconnected, I was talking about the first generation hybrids, electric hybrids, like the original Toyota Priuses. I remember this is back in 2010, okay, when I was working for a car dealership. But I remember hearing from the mechanics, people having to bring their cars in to get fixed, and they'd find out, like I said, their car wasn't running right, and they find out from the mechanic after getting a diagnosis done on the car that the car needed a new battery. And of course, all these people are thinking just like a regular car battery, but it's like, no, like these things got giant freaking battery banks in the back of the car that's integral with the car. And these battery banks are not cheap to replace. They're like $5,000-$10,000. It's $5,000-$10,000 back in 2010 money, by the way. So, and like I said, oftentimes those people will be so shocked, from sticker price to be like, you know what, it's worth way more than what the car is worth. They'll just go ahead and scrap the car and get a new one.
Yeah. The problem is the more technology you put into a car, the more vulnerable it will be.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying. It's kind of a double-edged sword with this technology. On the one hand, it does make the vehicle run a little bit more reliably, but on the other hand, you're giving the vehicle more Achilles tendons, more Achilles heels that can potentially be either exploited or inadvertently just, like I said, either exploited through hacking or, something bad happening. So, like I said, biggest fear for me is like EMP or some sort of mass CME event. And it could, the electromagnetic radiation could fry all those electronic components and then make the vehicle useless. A 2-ton paperweight.
So, as Jay said, cars and trucks from the World War II era were almost unstoppable. Yeah, but they were easy to fix if they break down. And that's why I like the older cars from the 60s, 70s.
About mid-80s when vehicles stopped being, easy to fix, That's when they started getting into electronic this and electronic that, and everything's electronically controlled some form or another.
What they call it, electric fuel injection.
Yep. Yeah, EFI.
Yeah,
That's what my pickup truck has. It has the earliest form of EFI, electronic fuel injection. It's actually so
yeah. I remember
it's
it.
so basic.
Uh,
You could barely classify it as a fuel injector. It's almost a
yeah,
carburetor. But
electric fuel injection. I remember when I was a kid in the 70s. There were most of the cars at the time had carburetors,
yeah,
but some, at least on the Volvos, they had some of the newer models back then had electrical fuel injection. So that was something big at the time. That was a big thing to have a car with electronic
yeah.
fuel injection by then.
I was gonna say in the United States, I don't think the EFI. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm sure the technology was there, but like I don't think. I know it wasn't. It didn't really come into like mainstream use until about the 80s for the EFI. But like the first vehicle with electronic ignition would have been anything Dodge Diamond Chrysler made after the year 1974. They were the first ones to implement the electronic ignition, and then General Motors and Ford followed suit and started doing the same thing with their cars. Started putting electronic ignition in it, and then, like I said, then it just kind of went downhill from there, and everybody started adding more and more electronic components. And mind you, these electronic components are very, very basic compared to what we know as far as today is concerned. Like I said, many of these electronic components, if I had to buy replacements for, I could buy them for like, I could basically buy all new electronic components for my pickup truck for not even $500.
Yeah.
At a general auto parts store.
Yeah. I remember when my father's car, it had a choke. You had to pull that out before you could start the car. And
Yep.
then when the car warmed up, you had to pull that in. So that I remember that. So that was those cars were easy to fix if they break down. You could fix them easy. But now on these cars now, you can't even change the light bulb in the headlights anymore.
Yeah.
No, because you have to take off the whole front to reach the headlight to change that little light bulb.
I was gonna say they don't even come with bulbs anymore. Like a lot of these headlights, they come with these headlight assemblies. They come with built-in LED light strips. So it's not even a bulb. It's an entire LED strip. In some cases, these strips are integral with the headlights, so you actually have to replace the entire headlight assembly rather than just one individual faulty lighting component.
Yeah, the interesting question will be, can you fix that by yourself? No, because you need specialized tools to fix that.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think, like on the one hand, everybody complains and saying that the old glass seal beam headlights were so rudimentary and so old, and they were not so bright and everything like that. But man,
sweet dreams. Thanks for stopping
they're a
by.
lot cheaper to replace and didn't require any sort of special engineering or mechanical skills to swap those out compared to, like I said, the new headlights of today.
Yeah. After what I have seen here on the cars here in Sweden, we still have light bulbs in our cars on the headlights. But there are some cars that might have, as you said, LED stripes. But I have seen cars that have LED on the taillights.
Yeah.
But not much on the headlights, only taillights I have seen.
Yeah, I've seen the LED, the light emitting diode strips on the headlights for the newer cars. Like I said, some of it's like a halo light, and some of it's like the actual like headlight itself. The actual headlamp is an LED.
Yeah.
Like LED light strip. And like they'll have the tail lights for these newer cars. They too will also have like a light emitting electrode light emitting electric diode. Light emitting diode strip around the tail light assembly, kind of like as a halo light, and then like the individual light bulbs themselves, the individual lamps will be like a cluster of LED lights. Same goes for like the commercial semi trucks and the commercial semi truck trailers. They're putting LEDs on those.
Yeah.
The LEDs are they're a lot more reliable. They will actually last indefinitely. So as long as the components themselves are of high quality, like the things that go bad on those stupid LEDs is the circuit board of those lights are all soldered to. That'll over time go bad. Sometimes the soldering itself or the individual lights will start to go bad, and then you'll start to see like individual like LED bulbs in the cluster start to wink out one by one. That's only because of the actual circuit board itself was not good quality to begin with anyway. But like the LEDs,
Yeah.
so as long as you're not like putting too much current through them, you're not running them past their rated capacity as far as current, those will last indefinitely. That's why they're going away. That's why those had largely replaced the incandescent bulbs. Although I will say, incandescent bulbs are a hell of a lot easier to change out. Same with the seal beam headlights than a lot of these LEDs anymore.
Does anyone believe that isn't by design?
Yeah. It's by design because there's a money making aspect to it. Sorry, I was just saying there's a money making aspect to it. The manufacturers make a. So remember when I was saying that it costs money to plug the diagnostic tools in to diagnose the problems on the Freightliner semi trucks and on Kenworth semi trucks. There's a money generating aspect to that because some of that money is going straight back to the manufacturer. Some of it's going back to the authorized dealers and mechanics themselves. Like, got a lot of proprietary software and proprietary technology that only certified, technicians and mechanics are allowed to work on. That whole John Deere case, that was a pretty big case that went through, I think, the United States Supreme Court, where many farmers had these combines and newer John Deere tractors that they couldn't service on their own, or they couldn't even get a service technician to come out and service them without voiding the warranty. And that was a big issue. And they finally, the Supreme Court were able to strike down John Deere on that regards. Basically, I think they call it the Right to Repair Act. They authorized that. And so that fell under the Right to Repair Act. So John Deere couldn't keep doing that anymore. Basically hamstringing these poor farmers so they couldn't fix their equipment. But yeah, no, same deal. Like I said, there's a money generating aspect. That's why stuff is designed a certain way. We are a disposable society. When I say we, I'm pretty much talking most everyone in Western society, modern day 21st century Western society. We are a disposable society. We've been a disposable society at least since the 19, I would say at least the 1990s. I'd venture to say probably a lot later than that, a lot actually a lot earlier than that, probably at least.
Welcome, Shishi.
But yeah, this stuff is, there's no incentive anymore to design stuff to be robust because, you know,
welcome, good.
After a while, you know, if everybody has this one thing, then how you gonna, you know, like, I don't know, this we'll just say it's flashlight. Okay, this one awesome flashlight. Everybody's got this flashlight, and we've sold it to everyone.
Yeah.
Now we as a company, we can't make any more money because we've sold everyone that would buy a flashlight, and this thing's engineered not to ever die, not to ever fail, or anything like that. And so that would go out of business. So yeah, I believe that there's some engineering practices. Like, it's not true for everything, but I believe there is some engineering practices for failure, engineered failure, a rate of failure in some of these products. And then some of it's just engineered to be so complex that your average person's not going to be able to fix it or service it on his own without, you know.
No, you need a certified mechanic for that with special training.
Yeah. Yeah, anymore, like I said, these mechanics aren't even mechanics anymore. They're technicians. They're technicians, and some of them are bordering on computer engineers.
Yeah. Most of the cars, you have to leave to a mechanic to fix anything because you can't do anything by yourself, because they don't want you to fix it, because they want an authorized, certified mechanic to do it.
Yeah. Usually it's going to be a mechanic at a dealership. So the dealership's authorized to do it, you know, to do the repairs. Usually, I'm not entirely certain how that all works, but I would imagine that there's probably some sort of licensing agreement or some sort of money exchange in regards to them being authorized to repair it. You know, so probably some money exchange between the dealerships themselves and the actual manufacturers.
Yeah, that is what I think it is. So, and the shops make a lot of money. Well, if your car they take that into the shop, you have to pay probably 1,000 crowns, because they take the car in to the shop and then they do their work on it to fix it. And you pay for that too.
Yeah.
And you pay for the spare parts, you pay for everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, they're taking away the serviceability for a lot of these vehicles. Like, I think, don't quote me on this, I think Audi, I think they've got a car out there that you don't change the transmission fluid on. You don't even replace the transmission fluid on. There's no drain port. There's no drain plug. There's nowhere to add more transmission fluid to it. You just, if the transmission for any reason fails or goes bad, you replace the entire transmission. I think that's something that Audi does, I think. But anymore, they're taking away the serviceability of vehicles, you know, for you know, a DIYer to be able to fix their own vehicle and keep it going. Like, friggin' trying to do an oil change on these newer cars is a nightmare anymore. I haven't even tried doing an oil change on my current car that I have. My old Pontiac, I could change the oil on that, but this car is Chevy Sonic that I've got. Can't really.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably could, but it's just like it's so different, and the filter, it's not even an actual filter anymore. It's like a cartridge, but it's like located in a different part of the engine block than what I'm used to. Traditionally, I'm used to an oil filter being down at the bottom of the engine block, down near the oil pan and near the transmission, just being able to access it and unscrew it and everything like that. But like I said, anymore, they just make these cars so impossible to work on as work on yourself if you're not a grease, if you're not already a grease monkey yourself, or halfway tech savvy, especially with the cars with the electronics in them.
And the other thing I was thinking about is, and this is not only cars, it's in general. The parts they make, the spare parts, they are made to last a specific amount of time.
Yeah.
So, the original part lasts for a longer time. But when you buy the spare, you have to replace that part, and to a spare part, that spare part will last not that long as the original part did.
Yeah. So, you're talking about
they want you to take your car into a shop and pay them to replace the part because they want to make money.
Yeah. Like I said, some of it's the OEM versus aftermarket argument as far as parts are concerned on vehicles. Yeah, the other thing too that's crazy is if you do manage to repair yourself with some of these vehicles, do manage to find the correct part and you're able to successfully put it in yourself.
Yeah.
It will void the warranty on the vehicle. It'll void the warranty on some maybe not the entire vehicle, but it'll void the warranty in one area of the vehicle or whatever for some reason or another. And that could be true, not even necessarily just on vehicles. It could be anything you buy anymore, anything consumer grade you buy from your store or online. You try to do any servicing on your own, with you not being an authorized dealer or technician or mechanic, you're going to void the warranty.
Yeah.
And that's where they get you.
Yeah. And the interesting thing here was that surprised me. In my car key on the company car, I have it's a little small, what do you call it, box for to heat up the diesel when it's winter. So that has a battery.
Oh, you're talking about a block heater.
Yeah. And the problem is when the battery runs out of that, I can't change that myself. I have to go to the
dealer
company, the dealer, and change it there. Which is the same with the battery for the car key. I can't change that myself. No, I have to go to the dealer and change it.
Yeah.
Because they are afraid of that the warranty will not be valid if you change it by yourself. And it's so easy to change it by yourself, but you can't do it just by yourself. You have to go to a dealer to get it changed. That's so stupid.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I was going to say these newer car keys too, and I've noticed these newer car keys, they've got, at least here in America, they've made them so you can't really even disassemble them to put a new battery in. If the key fob starts to go bad, batteries run low. Yeah. So yeah, they kind of pigeonholed people here to force them to basically go to the dealership and get it fixed.
Yeah, that sucks, really. They could done that. Could at least let you change the battery by yourself, Matt. No, you can't. And probably soon you can't even change the brakes either soon, because they make it so complicated, so you can't do it by yourself anymore.
Yeah,
probably. That I think that will be in the future. Probably. No, you can't change your brakes by yourself anymore.
Yeah, I'm okay with drums. Drums are a little bit more complicated. I can change the shoes and the brake drum itself on most vehicles equipped with brake drums.
Yeah.
I am very confident with the disc brakes, though. Those are super easy for me. Like, I can pretty much change those on almost any vehicle.
Yeah.
I have changed brake pads and brake rotors on at least 4 different vehicles. So, like, I could do that. It's not terribly complicated. But yeah,
drum brakes is a complicated thing. Disc brakes are easier.
Yeah, I heard about that, Sandy, as far as like the light bulb. I don't know how much truth there is to the light bulb companies getting together on that regards. Technology and Connections actually did a pretty good video actually discussing that very topic with the light bulbs. He alludes to the fact that there might be some truth to that, but in all actuality, the brighter that a light bulb is actually ran, basically more currents ran through it, the faster the rate of failure. The dimmer the light bulbs actually ran, the less currents going through it, so the slower the rate of failure. But you get to a point where the amount of light that's being emitted from said light bulb that the light's not really of any use to you, for any practical purposes.
The research that I did says it's true. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
let's be real here. Light bulbs aren't all that complicated, and there really isn't a whole lot of material that's put into the manufacturing processes of a light bulb. So you're talking what, pennies, maybe a few cents per unit as far as materials
probably
into the bulb. And that's even coming from just the incandescent standpoint.
Yeah. Here in Sweden, you can't buy a regular light bulb. Now, the light bulbs we have here is LED.
Yeah, days. LED. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, LED lights.
Yeah.
That low energy light bulbs.
They were trying to implement something like that here in the States back in 2012, but I don't think the law didn't pass. I don't think it got the votes or the support. So you can still buy incandescents over here. The one thing that did go away though are the compact fluorescent curly Q light bulbs.
Yeah.
You can't really find those anywhere. It's basically incandescent bulbs or LED light bulbs.
Yeah, they phased those regular light bulbs out. Well, they were cheap, but they didn't last as long as those LED light bulbs do.
Yeah.
So. I'm talking about replacing light bulbs every 6 months to a year as opposed to every couple of decades. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. I'm replacing a light bulb right now. This one is an LED, and this one was made in China. So probably explains why this one failed.
Yeah.
Try and manufacture everything quick, cheap, and have it readily available at super low cost per unit for maximum profit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really deviated from AI technology to this, discussing light bulbs.
Yeah. Sandy says, I used to be able to grow my herbs under fluorescent lights. Now I have to buy grow lights. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I'm aware, you can still buy the tube fluorescents. You can still buy.
Yeah.
Those are still available, but you can't buy the compact fluorescent bulbs anymore. I haven't seen those in years.
No, they phased them out after a while.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing why they stopped using those was the mercury that was inside of them.
Yeah. Yeah, the mercury is a problem.
I'm going to mute myself for a little bit real quick because I'm trying to get this light fixture on. I don't want some curse words flying out of my mouth.
Yeah. Amazon has them, or at least they did last year. Yeah. But they probably phased them out. They always phase them out sooner or later.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any mercury in the. I don't think there's any mercury in the compact LED light bulbs. I know there's.
I don't think so.
I know there's a little miniature transformer inside of them that steps the voltage down to a much lower voltage that's safer for LEDs. And I said, I know there's like a printed micro circuitry board and
a
couple of other things, maybe some resistors and stuff like that. That's about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Abe is still in here or not. Still in the chat.
Yeah. There is 4 in the house, so. I can't grow herbs under LED lights, not even the ones that are called full spectrum grow lights. Okay. Well, it should work, but obviously it doesn't work as it should. Even if they call them full spectrum grow lights, it's might be the case they are not full spectrum, but they call them that anyway. Well, in that case, you have to use another types of light for your herbs.
Yeah, I don't know much about those grow lights. Never really used a grow light.
I don't know much either, but I know some people have some success with those grow lights, but those grow LED lights, but so I don't know why it doesn't work for you, but it should technically. But so what are you using for now, Sandy, for your herbs? My neighbor's kids kill and steal anything that I try to grow outside, so I have to do it indoors. That is not nice of your neighbor's kids. That is not nice. Well, it's your property. They can't do that.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I'm still muted. I was saying that's the problem with parents these days. They don't want to parent their children. They just want to let their kids run amok and do whatever.
I still have 2 fluorescent bulbs, and I bought the expensive full spectrum grow lights, not LED. Yeah, I believe they are really expensive. How much do you have to pay for those full spectrum grow lights? Are we talking about $20, $25 or $30 for it? Yeah, that's not nice either. I agree with you about that, Sandy. Well, you should put some photos in under their noses. They might believe you. Yeah, I hope. But or record them and show their parents. About $20 each because I bought a pack of 6. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty expensive. But I guess those lights will last you $60. Yeah, that's for 6. It would be around $120. Oh, yeah, I agree. That is really expensive. And I hope these light bulbs will last you for a long time, at least.
I know back
Yes,
in the
but they
past,
will, yeah,
I'd seen some of those compact fluorescent bulbs, those curly cube light bulbs of yesteryear. I think I've seen some of those last almost close to 10 years.
yeah. Yes, but they were $30 each individually. Whoa. That is definitely expensive. Yeah, let's hope they will last for a long time for you, Sandy. Considering what you paid for it. And I hope they are a good quality too. You're welcome, Sandy. You're welcome. It is really 6 of them for 120, and they don't last that long. That would be a bummer. And I hope your herbs will be happy. Yeah, I agree with you about that one too, Sandy. So that is why I hope they are of good quality and last a long time for you.
I'm getting annoyed with this chat feature because it works, and then some. Sometimes it works, and most of the time it doesn't.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm definitely happy because I know that they are not full of poison, my herbs. Yeah, I agree with that. No, you don't want to put poison on your herbs. That is not a good idea.
Sandy, you set up a garden, you need to put a CCTV security cam up. So that way when those kids do come up and tear up the garden, you go and confront your neighbors. Like, look what your kids did. I'm pressing charges right here, right now, because I got video evidence of them coming in and tearing up the garden.
Yeah.
I want them to trespass on my property immediately, and I want to press charges.
Yeah, you can tell them your kid. How you don't have any proof for it? So would they probably say, "Oh yes, I have. I have them on video. You can take a look for yourself."
They'll probably do something stupid and say, "Oh, that's not my kids. That wasn't my kids. Those got to be somebody else's kids." Like, no, that's them right there. That's their faces. That's the shirt that they were wearing. That's the shirt they're wearing right now.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out how to hook up my PC to my laptop. Have either of you done that? I can't say I have, but you should have the possibility to do that. Probably, I believe you need a cable for that. I'm not sure really, but probably.
Trying to hook a laptop up to a desktop.
Yeah. I think you need a special cable for that one.
I don't know, maybe USB-A to USB-A.
Yeah.
If All Out of Gum was still here, he'd probably be able to tell you.
I have HDMI, USB, and Ethernet cables. Well, some of those should work, I hope.
I don't know. You might be able to hook it up through internet, but I've never hooked it. I've never hooked two devices up together via internet.
I know some people who had connected their laptop to the desktop monitor. I know that, but that's okay. I belong to YouTube Academy, lol. I'll just do a search. Yeah, do that. You need to get it right. And besides, I had in mind too. I'll find out if it's possible. I'll figure it out. Yeah, you're a smart woman, so you can figure it out. Well, 4-hour mark. I begin to be pretty tired, so I think it's time to wrap things up.
That sounds good to me. And besides, this phone's going to start overheating too pretty soon. The other one already overheated.
Yeah, so I think we wrap things up now, guys. So thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Stay safe, take care, and God bless.
All right. Later, guys.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.